the whole time. Anyway, I've been having some technical issues. I thought I was live this whole time, but apparently I didn't click the right button, which is a shame because you guys have been missing a great game so far. Yes, hello, good everyone. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me? Let me know. I've been having some technical issues. Windows decided to change the microphone I was using, but anyway, it's been an excellent cast so far. Yes, hello. Yeah, so far, Marathi has been absolutely trying to hold her skirmish force together. Norska's been doing a great job pressuring here. Yeah, cursed rune caller here. Yeah, there's been some technical issues on my end. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I was trying to, like, reset the microphone to be using the correct one, because Windows, like, messed with all my settings when it didn't update. And anyway, yeah, we're here now, though. We are here, and here we are. Right now, basically all you guys have missed is these two rune callers just running around, and, you know, the mobile forces of Norska fighting the mobile forces of the Dark Elves. And so far, Norska's been winning out. I mean, Norska's definitely one of the best mobile factions in the game, no question about it. And they've been able to pressure these Corsair handbows, you know, the Cold One Knights and everything off the field. You have Manticore still running around, still chasing some routing Skin Wolves, but Throg himself being so healthy, and the fact that the Rune Callers as well, of course, with their less than 50% HP regeneration trait, means that they're going to be incredibly difficult to kill. And yeah, we see Marathi circled, eaten by Skin Wolves, gonna make her final stand here. First game, let's go. Yeah, unfortunately, I did not show you the full first game, but yeah, don't worry, we'll get all the rest of them. Oh, yeah, this is what happens. But thank you all for letting me be here. You missed my nice little heartfelt, you know, great games to all the players. Honestly, big thanks to all the participants, everyone who signed up and participated. It's been the most massive tournament we've had in quite some time, Total War Warhammer, so very excellent there. Big thanks to Moors in particular, but all the other tournament organizers and admins managing their groups, like herding cats, honestly, getting all these players to get their games in and get it done. So yeah, big appreciation to all the organizers and admins. Obviously, huge appreciation to the players as well, and to all of the viewers and enjoyers. Yeah, so we're going to start out with a defeat for Krabbling. Akeen manages to run in there with Norska and absolutely blend. I mean, the mobile forces really are what carried the day here pretty significantly. Skin Wolves just running in there, buttering that bread. But honestly, the Rune Callers, super interesting choice for sure. I mean, their support magic definitely helped out some different areas. The fact that they can absorb so much damage too, just those massive HP pools with that self-healing below 50% makes them incredibly tough to kill. And here, Krabbling, you know, light skirmish force, very mobile hit-and-run army, didn't really just have enough body, enough meat to really contend with the Rune Callers. Probably not enough ammunition on these repeater crossbows as well. So kind of forced himself into a little bit of a tough situation there. How come the game mode is not domination? Because this is Total War Warhammer, and we play, you know, Total War battles. Yeah, the domination tournaments you can find elsewhere, but that's not what this event is. A bit quiet compared to the game sound? Okay, let me, thank you for letting me know. Let me adjust this a little bit here. Adjust this a little bit here. Yeah, I had actually turned this down pretty simply before. I had to reset my settings, so thank you for that. We'll try out that. Let me know how the audio levels are as we proceed. I can tweak things as we go. But anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and jump into the next series between these two or next game rather, as I update the scoreboard. Put a point on the board for Akeen. Very excellently done there. Yes, excellent. Very, very excellent. That next replay, Game 2. Can Krabbling even up the series on a 1-1, or will Akeen continue his streak? Only one way to find out. Let's go to the battle. Excellent. All right, blips aside, we're now rolling. And I'm going to have Norska versus Chaos Dwarfs. Classic battle of ice and fire. Norska definitely, is Norska the strongest faction in the game right now? They probably are S tier. Are they the absolute strongest faction? Hard to say, but they're just so good. Here we see some Marauder Horsemen, Beast of Tashnar over on this flank. We got similar with the Ice Wolf and Riders of the Mighty Serpent over on the opposite flank. Huge line of Marauders here. We got Bearmen Great Weapons mixed with regular Marauder Great Weapons. Pretty smart to just have quite a bit of AP. Can't guarantee that the Chaos Dwarfs are going to go high armor units, but I mean, you can't guarantee that they won't, so nice to have that little bit of extra AP just in case. There isn't a ton of armor here for Akeen other than these Kadai Fireborn, which we've got a couple of there. We've got a couple of Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders doing some skirmishing with their bows. Astrogoth leading the way, some sneaky gits with their dual hand weapons, and the Demon's Tongue, Regiment of Renown train with the flamethrower, along with some quote-unquote laborers up front. So very interesting choices. I like the pick of the train here, potentially go after Norscan infantry. The Wolf Raiders as well, 140 range means that they do outrange the only 80 range of the Marauder Horsemen. So it's one thing that, like, Goblin Archer Cavalry for Greenskins, even more so because they're even more cost effective, but even for the Chaos Dwarfs, just that little bit of ranged advantage makes them a very effective trade against Marauder Horsemen at range. So nice to see them particularly here, and they also have plenty of great weapon infantry they can poke at, get some value that way as well. We're going to see a pursuit of the train straight into the laborers. Sneaky Gits also following up. Don't have a ton of AP. They're actually pretty squishy, honestly, considering their lesser model count and HP. So a little bit risky to bring this many of them and to kind of be relying on them to a degree as the backbone of this formation. So a little bit tough there, but let's see if the leadership can hold out. Oh, my button started playing some audio. Hopefully you guys can't hear that. That's fine. Anyway, yeah, we got both players just kind of lining up here. Norska's going to take the conquest objective and be able to hold that, start to accrue some victory points immediately. But look at this, the balance of power, even without much fighting having been done, is very heavily, very heavily in the Chaos Dwarf's favor. That's super interesting. I'm not exactly sure why, to be honest. But a little Flame Storm there from Astrogoth. Big Winds of Magic spend isn't going to do a ton, though, because of the movement of the formation there. Norska also getting the party started up on this side. Going to absolutely run through these laborers in a hurry. Try and roll up the rest of this formation here. Sneaky Gits getting in there to tangle with the Marauders, and they'll do pretty well, but I do worry about the Sneaky Gits versus the Bearmen in particular because of the difference in HP pools. Like, look at the amount of damage the Bearmen have taken, almost 50% of their HP, and they still have a little bit more HP than the Sneaky Gits on that engagement starting. So we'll see. Maybe that anti-infantry bonus carries them a bit, but Bearmen are just so tanky here. They're going to cause some problems for sure. But Demon's Tongue, Iron Demon, will continue to fight. Yeah, it's interesting how much the balance of power is really not liking Crabbling right now. But let's see here. We're going to get a little Ash Storm with some extra weakness to fire as the Demon's Tongue runs through. Does have flaming attacks on its melee damage as well. Flaming damage on its melee attacks, you know what I mean. I mean, certainly it does. With that giant flamethrower attack animation, very cool. But it's taking a huge amount of damage right now, and an absolutely devastating final transmutation also going to occur. Do some massive damage. Minus 72 armor on the Overcast Plague of Rust as well. Those Javelin Marauders there throwing their Javelins, just getting absolutely feast value. But will it be enough to equalize things? Definitely going to be tricky, but we do have, what is it, Beorg himself, Beorg Bearstruck, the legendary hero, is going to tangle with Astrogoth. A nice little 1v1 duel here with his Marauders. Back him up. Ooh, yeah, Marauder Jabs also involved there as well. Black Hammer being popped, and it looks like Flame Storm was canceled out, but is going to be used there to try and defend. Pretty expensive spell to just be using on a already beat-up Marauder Great Weapon. But, hey, you know, it's trying to bail himself out there, give himself a good chance to kill Beorg, who does have weakness to fire baseline, so yeah, he should have a good engagement against him if he can get a clean engagement, but we will have to see. Right now, Norska also forced doing a little bit of a kiting situation and some skirmishing of these Kadai Fireborn. Great Shaman Sorcerer also moves to push them back, so Norska actually stabilizing the battlefield situation despite the balance of power. They are holding right now that regeneration on Beorg and on the Skin Wolves. Well, no, actual Skin Wolves, no, but yeah, on Beorg is quite nice. The fact that Marauder Horseman can keep skirmishing. Yeah, the Bearmen also, that extra HP means they should be able to tank it out a little bit here into the assault of the Kadai. Another little Ash Storm there as more Kadai move through. Maybe they will do something, maybe they won't. But another final transmutation pops off. Astrogoth Iron Hand is the target this time, and another upgraded one at that. With Beorg in hot pursuit, he did manage to get yeah, that Colossal Strike active with extra anti-large. Will he be able to finish? Ooh, nice screen. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, they managed to stop him just momentarily, but Astrogoth is significantly slower, so I don't know how he's going to be able to stay safe in the long run. Honestly, Keen should maybe, like, detach this Iron Demon wagon to come help. Beorg is a huge problem right now. Yeah, the fact that he won that engagement so decisively against Astrogoth is a big, big issue for sure. Because there's not really a lot else in the dwarf build that can tangle. Yeah, and we see that reflected in the balance of power. Flips all the way over on its head and goes to the favor of Norska. Nicely done there. Very, very nicely done. Rain's still alive momentarily, but on its last legs there. Plague of Rust. Yeah, results in it being blown up by javelins. Plague of Rust, honestly one of my favorite spells. It's Cold War Warhammer 1. Always reliable, especially when paired with mobile skirmish units that are high damage, but not necessarily AP, like Pistoliers or Marauder Horsemen. Always been a nice combination, and here does manage to carry Crabling. It was looking like he might go down there, but managed just to stabilize the build and his formation and stick to his jabs. Marauder Horseman probably getting a ton of value. We'll kind of peek through them a little bit here. Yeah, 900 value there, almost 2x. 700 value there. Over 1,000 damage value, 1,300 there. Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff. Crabling does manage to even up the series. Excellently done. Yeah, with Beorg just winning out that engagement. I mean, it's a little bit of RNG, those single entity engagements, but the fact that Beorg had, you know, a little bit of support infantry at the start, and also, like, the magic usage, I think, I didn't catch if Astrogoth was using Cascading Fire Cloak, but for me, that's an auto-include with him specifically to self-buff. You know, to buff himself, right? To give himself extra melee defense in particular. Extra AP damage is nice, of course, and it also procs Kindle Flame. I didn't see if he was really using it much there, but Astrogoth just gets absolutely put in the trash can. And yeah, Keen will go down in that game. Let's see if he can bring the series back, or if Crabling can keep his momentum up. Try and get a little bit closer to close out the series. Of course, it is a best 3 of 5. So we will still get, yeah, at least one more game after this. But let's see who can take the initiative on the series. Let me go ahead and download this. Update the scoreboard, and we will proceed. Excellent. Hopefully y'all are enjoying this. I know I certainly have been so far. Love to see some high-level land battle conquest gameplay. Definitely one of my favorite things. Oh, excellent. All right, we're gonna go Warriors of Chaos versus Lizardmen for this pivotal game 3. Like, yeah, Kolek, good old classic Kolek. This time with new and improved Nurgle healing. He's got a few Khorne halberds and Slanesh chariots as well. Lots of Marauder horsemen. As to be expected. And it's quite the build, honestly. Yeah, on the classic River Amexon, he's got the terrain in his advantage, really playing based on the map. Super smart, honestly, from Crabling. Very veteran move for sure. He's got the halberds hidden in the jungle, then just skirmish forces all around in the open. As for Lizman, also went with a very skirmish, mobile-oriented force. We've got horned ones and feral cold ones, skink skirmishers for screening, a Rev Crystal distilled on, Tenuin up in the air, very cool choice, and lots more cavalry. Yeah, going all in on cold ones. Trying to win that cavalry battle pretty decisively and shut down those Marauder horsemen. Venerable Sorcerer is jumping in pretty aggressively here, kind of burying himself a little bit in the cavalry, but he does have the Khorne Marauders, or not Marauders, they're higher level than Marauders, certainly Khorne Halberds moving up to give some anti-large support. Let's see what they can do. This unit of Spear Riders gets pretty far ahead of their support units, and yeah, it's a classic kite situation. So onus is going to be on Crabbling to try and make sure he doesn't make a mistake and get any of his units caught. But likewise, Akeen also has to not make a mistake in letting his units get too far forward, like right now, what's happening with the Cold One Spear Riders. Granted, Tenuin's also following up, getting some attacks in. It's not necessarily all free damage, but it is mostly free damage. I mean, to be honest, hitting like maybe a couple hundred value for 1,000 gold. Cavalry, pretty painful, but at the same time, a Kolek pressuring here. The Rev Crystal is going to get pursued also by the Spear Riders. He's taking some damage. And the Sibilant Slaughtercade plus this unit of Marauders just gets eaten up on positioning. They do not manage to make it to safety, and yeah, I'd imagine that will be a bit of value shut down there as well. So both players getting some good engagements, some decent engagements, no doubt. Star Crusher active for Kolek Sun Eater, giving some extra power, extra melee power. But yeah, the skirmish damage right now, the horned ones, oh man, that's so painful. Just throwing axes in particular, feasting right now. But even the javelins themselves with pretty good AP values overall. Yeah, this is an actual throwing axe, but yeah, they have great AP values, obviously. And also have a shield, which is decent in this matchup. Doesn't give a ton of block chance, but it's something. But yeah, the horned ones being absolutely picked apart out in the open. Eventually, Kolek does come to the aid of the Sibilant Slaughtercade, and it does manage to actually keep it alive. Very impressive. I thought this thing was a goner for sure, but Kolek has other plans. Yeah, Skink Skirmisher also just getting harassed by some Marauder Horse Masters. But Akeen right now not doing great on the kite. He's kind of letting himself just take damage in a lot of sectors. And it's tricky, you know, when you're fighting an excellent player like Crabbling. Crabbling may be one of the best players in the world right now. Certainly has done very well over a long period of time. One of the most impressive things, honestly, in any competitive scene is longevity, and excellence in longevity in particular is Crabbling, something that Crabbling has definitely demonstrated a lot over time. So to have to go up against a kite build from someone like him is incredibly difficult, knowing from personal experience fighting high-level players in a situation like this. It's brutally difficult for sure. So no shade to Akeen by any means, but he is letting himself get picked apart a little bit. He is getting some decent value in some engagements as well. This is potentially a decent isolation, although there are a lot of Marauder Horsemen here even still. Feral Cold One's kind of enraging, pressuring one of them is a little bit nice, but yeah, he's got to be careful. Good split there by Crabbling to bring a few of the others over to be able to support this force here. But yeah, big all over the field kite game. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this type of gameplay. Not everyone loves big kite games, but I personally think that there's a lot of skill involved. Something like this can be incredibly frustrating to play against, certainly, which is why I think a lot of people don't like it as a tactic, but it's perfectly valid, especially in a situation like this. And I mean, the Lizman just now taking the victory point. If they had taken that a little bit earlier, they could have shortened this game perhaps, but it's hard to say. Yeah, looking good for the Warriors of Chaos. Kolek over here continuing to just beat up the Rev Crystal, and the Cav of Akeen trying to rally to get together whatever forces they can. They did manage to eventually catch up some of those throwing axes. Even as tattered as the horned ones are, they are doing some damage, but make no mistake, they're incredibly tattered. Tenuin also taking some pretty significant damage. It's going to be tough for him to really contribute in a super meaningful way, other than just maybe run around and do Flock of Doom, but fact that he's been skirmished down this whole time as well as he's been chasing is really, really tough. Yeah, down below 1,000 HP there. There's really not a lot that can challenge, especially Kolek with the 3 halberds. The Corn halberds didn't really have to do anything other than just be here, you know, other than just show up to work. And their mere presence is enough to probably carry this late game here. Let's see. Tough, tough, tough. But yeah, we'll fast forward to this end. It's an inevitable defeat for the Lizardmen. Fight Kolek still taking a little engagement there. It's continuing to pound out that Rev Crystal. Anakin will throw in the towel. So Grappling takes a 2-1 lead on the series. And we will go to game 4. There we go. Got it out. Yeah, game 4 on the series. But first, let's take a look at the values. Yeah, Kolek honestly didn't get a ton in of himself. Kind of just a big tank in this instance. It was really the Marauder Horsemen and the Horse Masters that absolutely won this game. Just feasting on that kite value. Really taking Akin to task and not allowing his cavalry to really get any value whatsoever. Yeah, like only one even gets close to approaching 1,000, which is pretty painful, considering the horned ones are like 1,500, right? So yeah, tough game for sure for Akin, but he manages to still have 1 game on the series. So if he wins this next one, he could even it up on a 2-2 and force a game 5, or Grappling could try and close it out, finish this series off in a decisive manner. So let's go ahead and update that scoreboard to reflect Grappling's game 3 win, and we will go on. Yeah, looks like Bathsheba for the finisher from Grappling. Very cool to see. Character. Used in competitive play. Bathsheba is an awesome character. Mechanically, just super, super fun to play with. Very satisfying to use, in my opinion. I think Creative Assembly really did a great job, especially in the animations department and just in the overall game feel, which is, well, not super easy to, like, empirically define, but it's definitely something you know when you play with it, right? You know something feels good when you play with it. You also know when something feels bad, right? Like fire handguns. But anyway, yeah, we've got Bathsheba leading the way. We've got triple Soul Grinder here. 2 Soul Grinders of Tzeentch, Soul Grinder of Nurgle. So looking for that long-range poke on Cathay. We've got some blue horrors here as well. Frolickers Bubonic, some Rotflies, some Bloodletters out on the flank, and a Herald of Nurgle up in the sky. Very interesting build. A lot of spend on those Soul Grinders. And again, the balance of power just absolutely hates Grappling. But we'll see. Bathsheba, he's got the Green Guardian and a Claw Speaker of Life, along with a traditional army. Very, very demure. We've got some Peasant Long Spears, Iron Hails to back them up, some Grand Cannons, Jade Lancers, and Peasant Horsemen. Give some mass here. Very traditional Cathay army. But Bathsheba getting all rowdy. She's going to go up in, one-woman army mode and start to fight Noxbringer in melee. Does have magic damage, of course, so she fears no demons. 2v1 could be a little bit tricky, but she does have the cannons contributing, which does make this not necessarily a straight 2v1. But looks like, what is that going to be? A little Rancid Visitations upgraded. Let's check the caster for Cathay. I'd imagine, did we see a Claw Speaker of Life? Yes. Yep, I already checked it. But yeah, Regrowth there, Awakening of the Wood, plus the Mantra of Invigoration, which specifically can be used on Bathsheba. She counts as a White Tiger unit, obviously, so that teleport gets her out of danger. She had taken a bunch of damage in that engagement. The 2v1 was not going great, but between her and the cannons, they were able to dish out quite a bit of pain against the Soul Grinders as well. So Mantra of Invigoration, little Winds of Magic, free heal on her. Basically, the only resource you're using at this point is the healing tap space on Bathsheba, so might as well. So it seems like a pretty solid trade, honestly, from Cathay's perspective. But the Soul Grinders are getting out now to like the max range, and you see the Tzeentch Soul Grinders have a focus fire target of their own, doing some massive damage to the Claw Speaker of Life, who is now forced to pull away. Probably is going to be forced to use at least 1 regrowth on himself to keep himself in this fight. But some interesting long-range skirmish engagement so far. Very unusual. I don't know if I've ever seen this before, but No Twitch stream. Yeah, unfortunately for me, you know, my audience is on YouTube. I don't have any kind of presence on Twitch, unfortunately. Never built any kind of presence there. So, yeah, we're staying on YouTube for today. That being said, Soul Grinder of Tzeentch also Hidden Huntress on it. Little speed and defense debuff as Bathsheba continues to chop away. That cannon also making a very, very big difference. Yeah, we see the heal on the Cloth Speaker of Life there was popped. So, Grappling just playing this game very patient, very smart, really not taking any needless risks. And Bathsheba able to kind of solo a lot of this. The cannon's contributing nicely, but gotta be careful. Cold War Warhammer 3 streaming is always appreciated. Well, I appreciate you for being here. How about that? Yes, Heaven's Gate here. Unfortunately, can't see the cooldown on that, but yeah. I'd imagine, yeah, Jolly Green Giant hanging around. It's not too much of an issue. Oh, and the reflection. Got to be careful of that Reflect Aura. Soul Grinder of Tzeentch hanging around right on the edge of it. Gets a face full of his own javelins. I guess magic javelins. I don't know what to call them, but a little bit of a dangerous situation here for Bathsheba. The Herald's going to jump down for a quick 2v1. Noxbringer as well. Will Bathsheba be able to teleport out of this? Yep, she pops that teleport, gets herself to safety. Such a strong ability, honestly. She did take a bunch of damage there, though. But yeah, gonna have to move back to the paws of the Claw Speaker, who himself is also down below 1,000 HP. So, Traveling, he's been able to mostly protect his own high-value targets. Cannons also. This is one of the best cannon games I've seen in quite some time. Yeah, technically 0 kills, but 1,000 damage value already on that cannon. And this cannon's got 700 damage value already, so I'd imagine the Herald of Nurgle is going to be using some Winds of Magic also to try and heal the Soul Grinders to sustain them. Both players have some ability to try and like heal cap single entities in this situation, but let's see. Bathsheba, we do see the heal cap visible now. I have to be a little bit careful about future engagements, but if the Soul Grinders all go down, that's basically the game, right? So it's interesting target priority here. Jolly Green Giant's going to stay on this Tzeentch Soul Grinder, not let up the pressure one bit. Rotfly is also not really going to do a ton to Bathsheba other than maybe try and screen her out a little bit here. But the Demon's in full retreat now. The other Tzeentch Soul Grinder's taking a massive amount of damage. Could turn and fire, though, a little bit as Bathsheba, the Jolly Green Giant, are now exceeding the max range of the cannons a little bit. So we're getting a little bit too far away from support. Now the regrowth there on Bathsheba will probably put her pretty close to healing cap. But the Vigor refresh is also super nice at this stage in the battle as well. Still fresh on Vigor, whereas a lot of the other units you can see are starting to get a little tired, even a little exhausted in the case of the Green Giant. Yeah, Jade Lancers also been making their presence felt, so even though it is more of a defensive-oriented build, you know, just from a unit selection standpoint, Crabling has absolutely not been playing it defensive. In fact, playing very much the opposite. Very, very aggressive here. Excellent use of Bathsheba's kind of harass and hit-and-run tactics. Super, super fun, definitely. And Green Guardian now absorbing some of the damage from the Soul Grinders. Yeah, we'll probably fast forward a little bit through this mid-game as Crabling pulls back himself to try and get to the safety of the cannons. He also does have command of the victory objective, so this whole time he's been taking up the victory tickets as well. But let's see, this is Akeen's final stand. Perhaps, if he can't try and get this battle back in control, it'll be the end of the tournament for him. Cannon shots mostly whipping there. Tzeentch Soul Grinders trying to use that barrier to best effect to also waste more of the shots, hitting their own shots on the Green Guardian. We see another regrowth pop there, though. Claw Speaker of Life must be getting a little bit low on resources at this point. Has put out an absolute metric ton of healing. But yeah, that's pretty devastating, honestly, for the demons, considering how little ability they have to respond at this point. The cannons are also getting low on ammo, but not low enough. They've still got enough volleys to make a very big impact on this battle. Here comes Bathsheba and the Green Giant once more, pushing away. Plague Grinder Frolickers, Bubonic going to come forward. Not a lot else to do at this point. Yeah, I almost think that Keen should have maybe collapsed infantry a little bit sooner. Maybe not collapse, but bring them a little bit closer to the Soul Grinders so that they can perhaps be supporting in these engagements a little bit. Even to have the Bloodletters close by to like discourage the Jade Lancers or to get some anti-infantry damage on Bathsheba would have gone a long way, but instead the infantry kind of just sitting back, watching it happen. And yeah, one Soul Grinder goes down there. Jade Lancers now have a very funny opportunity to just flatten the Bloodletters in a big charge. Yeah, Bathsheba manages to get back. She is at her heal cap, but she is a cat on a mission. Not going to stop until all these Soul Grinders have been defeated. Basically like a quest battle for her, more or less. Shiva just feels a little bit out of place as a character. I don't know. Maybe it does. She does feel very like new Warhammer design, I will say, from a standpoint, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I do think that like the old world and some of the other new Warhammer stuff, I think it's visually pretty cool. I don't know. Does it fit 100% into the setting? It's hard to say. I think it's hard to say. I don't know. I think she's awesome. For me, fun to play. Definitely is one of the most important things. And just the fact that Creative Assembly figured out how to mechanically design foot characters that are really good makes me like so sad for Grimgore and Ungrim, honestly. Like if they could ever go back and do another pass on animations from like specifically some Game 1 combat lords, like really Grimgore and Ungrim are the two I think of the most, where if you just rework their animations to be a little bit flashier, a little bit faster especially, and also give them some mass and some different ability to kind of have agency to, like, they don't necessarily need like a straight teleport like what Bathsheba has, but just to have something to be able to do more on the battlefield and not to be so slow and painful. But yeah, Crabling manages to leverage Bathsheba's hit and run mastery to victory there. Almost 4,000 gold value, 15,000 damage dealt. Very impressive performance, incredible use of her abilities. And the rest of the build, I mean, besides the cannons, who themselves also contribute 3,000 damage value between the two of them, that's basically it. That's basically it. Yeah. From a Keen side, really struggled. Was able to get some value at the end of the day, but just, yeah, didn't really have the tools he needed to combat Bathsheba, honestly. So, yeah, Tigermen have been in the lore for decades. Shiva's a good portrayal of them. Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, it's something that's been rumored at. It's just never been depicted, and I think her design definitely fits the Warhammer aesthetic of Cathay at the very least. Cathay, like I said, it's very new Warhammer, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, that's the series. Traveling manages to take it on a 3-1, which means we will now go to the next series. And I'm going to switch over to the mission right back screen as I reset the scoreboard. I'll put on a little music for you guys. And we're not going to take a super big break right now. Just a very short, like 2 or 3 minute break as I get the scoreboard set up. And I'll be right back. All right, let's jump in now with Alfredinho versus Sipa, and Alfredinho coming in with Green Tide, which we have not seen. Oh, actually, we've seen a decent amount of, honestly. I've seen quite a bit of Goblin Great Shaman gameplay, which this time we got the little Gobbo instead, little melee Gobbo, little combat lord, little support lord. He's on the squig. He's nice and cheap. He's got a tiny amount of HP and not the best stats in the world, but more importantly, he's got two very strong abilities, Tormentor Sword and Fermented Fungi. As for the rest, we've got a bunch of Orc Boys as a front line, some Goblin Wolf Chariots. Oh man, this is an epic build, almost like an ancient, Gobbo King build, if everyone remembers that from back in the day. Savage Orc Boar Boys, we've got some Mangy Marauders here, some Archers, two Doom Divers. What is going on? Absolutely insane. We've got a front line of Mournguls here ready to get the party started, backed up by some zombie pistols, Silostra, dual hand weapon deckhands, and a couple of rotting Prometheans. Of course, you gotta have them, including the Lamprey's Revenge. We've also got a bloated corpse. Someone took a bloated corpse in the quarterfinals of this tournament. Absolutely legendary action, to be honest. We also got some Savage Orc Boar Boys. This Night Goblin Shaman sitting in an incredibly risky position for some reason. And the Night Goblin Big Boss. You don't see these guys a ton, even though they do give you a squig summon. He's going to run in here and act as a little disruptor. Let the Green Tide kind of get a handle on this formation here. And they'll run in and eat some zombie polearms. Ooh, nice big explosion there. Is that a Brain Burster? Was it like pure 100% friendly fire on that Brain Burster? Anyway. I don't even see an Orc Shaman necessarily. I don't know. To be honest. But, yeah, regardless, those Orc Boar Boys just got smashed by something. But frontline engagement somewhat getting underway. We've got the Wolf Chariots. Oh, yeah. The Wolf Chariots is such a mad lad pick, honestly. But, hey, I kind of don't hate it here. They're cheap chariots. They've got a little bit of skirmish damage. They've got a pretty big footprint, because they've got a lot of unit models, which means that they can... Oh, that was the bloated corpse. That's what that was. Okay, there was the bloaty boy on the opposite side. Anyway, I'm missing a whole big pitched engagement over here with the Night Goblin War Boss running in. He's got Savage Orc Boar Boys. They're tangling with the Prometheans. Wow, Prometheans getting shut down super, super fast under that attack. They got that Tormentor Sword. I think maybe they got the Fungi as well. We'll see, but a little terror out in the center from Silostra. She's going to pull up her damned Knights Errant, get the party going. Wow, absolutely wild and chaotic battle so far. All over the field here. We've got the Tief Robbers over on the far side getting caught by Mournguls and chased off. But the Vampire Coast are surging right now, and leadership issues are going to start to tell for the Green Tide. Yeah, the Orc Boar Boys direct face charge into the damn Knights Errant to keep off the Doom Divers. Doom Divers have been focused on high-value targets. You see the Night Terrors are almost down. Rotting Prometheans are almost down. Will it be enough, though, as the main body of the Orcs and Goblins has been absolutely shattered? That being said, we still have some elements alive over on this far side here, trying to deal with that Mourngul. Some units also. Some of these Orc Boys will no doubt come back from route, so let's see if they can perhaps rally. But a little bit of a disaster here as the artillery position's been compromised by Mournguls, damn Knights Errant. Yeah, Wa being popped now, but there's not honestly a lot of units in melee capitalize on it, so I think this is going to be a pretty quick victory for the Coast. Very aggressive rush build from the Coast. A lot of Mournguls, which honestly are pretty good in this matchup as long as they don't get shot up too much. Can get punched pretty hard by Greenskins infantry and so forth, but just high damage of their own and decent speed and everything else. Fun, fun. Yeah. Tipa with double bloated corpse. Yeah, and it actually was pretty effective in just blasting a couple pockets here. I mean, the bloated corpse versus the Goblin Wolf Chariot. This is truly the people's matchup. Super, super fun. And yeah, I think that's basically it. I don't know if we really need to hang around in this game for too much longer. We can fast forward a little bit. Vampire Coast try and clean up. They're going to get pressured back a little bit. I mean, Green Tide not going completely quietly into that good night. But the Lamprey's Revenge still have plenty of ability to regenerate. I don't know. I mean, the balance of power hasn't triggered army losses quite yet. So never say never, I guess. Green Tide are going to hang around, and let's see what they can do. You know, we'll give them the respect of that. Goblin Wolf Chariots might be quite low on leadership, but they can skirmish with their bows a little bit here. Get some damage on the Night Terrors. Goblin Shaman can also do a little bit of skirmishing there. Vindictive Glare. Disappointed the Coast can get at least one unit with Nagash. I agree. I'm actually kind of disappointed that the Coast got absolutely nothing in this DLC. I'm hoping that means that they'll get a DLC in the future, but I just... yeah, it's super, super sad. They are... them and Bretonnia right now are kind of the sad factions in the game. Going the longest with no updates. Yes, yes. Savage Orc Warboy is going to charge in, and actually, I mean, like I said, Greenskin's not going quietly. They're going to continue scrapping here, and if they could actually take out the Lamprey's Revenge, there is a chance they could perhaps win this. I don't know. There's still so many Mournghouls here. They really don't have great tools for dealing with. And, yeah, Lamprey's Revenge did not crumble away from that, which means they are going to be healing this entire time. Yeah, I think the Greenskins are moving towards army losses, maybe. We managed to take out that one unit of Mournghouls. Hanging around a lot longer in this fight than I thought they would, for sure, but takes a couple hits on the leadership, perhaps, to spell doom. Bit of Tidecall, Frostbite. Combination, locking them in, not allowing them to disengage. Fermented Fungi on the Night Terrors does debuff their melee defense, but a Terror Route kicks in for the 2 support cavalry, and it's just the little Gobbo who could. Can he? I mean, he could, but maybe not all by himself. How have they not hit army losses yet? Honestly, I'm kind of amazed. There we go. Yeah, fight the game. Sipa manages to win that one. A couple of excellent Bloated Corpse tags there. I mean, they're pretty cheap. Don't need to do a lot with them, but one of them in particular pays for themselves. And especially going after the cavalry, I mean, raw gold value-wise, it's pretty good, but just from a tactics perspective, trying to limit this cavalry as much as possible definitely is the smart thing. Yeah, I mean, only one boar ends up getting, like, good value. Well, I guess all the Savage Boars do pretty decently. This one over 1,000 damage value as well is pretty solid. Love the pick of the Goblin Wolf Chariots. All of them are pretty much going to pay for themselves other than the ROR, but, you know, respectable still. Mangy Marauders also get some nice value. Doom Divers is an interesting one. I do think, had he just subbed that out for, I don't know, a couple of, like, beat stick units, maybe, he'd been able to hold his backline together a little bit better. Just don't think the Doom Divers, I would say cavalry right now, a lot of the time. I mean, yeah, artillery, a lot of the time is not going to be worth it. We have seen it already do quite well in the quarters, but yeah, not the best. Anyway, we got plenty of games to get through, so let's go ahead and go on to the next one as I update the scoreboard here. Put a point on the board for Sipa and move on to the next game. Right. Yeah, let's get that going here. Game 2. Can Sipa continue the momentum, or will Alfredinho even things up? Let's find out together. All right, this time we're going Sipa's perspective. Yeah, and we're gonna go with Dark Elves versus Lizardmen already. Again, we got a little Vanguard action, ready to have some fun. Scourge Runner Chariots up front. We've got a Supreme Sorceress of Dark Magic and front line of Spears with some Cold One Knights to back them up. Dark Riders mixed in as well. Yeah, Supreme Sorceress of Dark Magic on the Dragon. Used to be more of a common pick. You don't see it as often these days, but Feral Manticore as well. We've got the Pawhawk Sentinels, and it looks like Lord Mazdamundi up on Slack. Big old line of Skink Skirmishers, Skink Cohorts, excuse me, Cold One Riders to back them up. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Like the Druki build. Balanced, yeah, but nice. Some monster power here as well. which you don't see as much from the Dark Elves these days. Unfortunately, we've seen a few throughout the course of this Warhammer World Championship. We have seen like a stray Charybdis occasionally, but the Black Dragon and the Hydra, I guess we've seen a couple of Blood Racks as well. They're relatively cheap, relatively easy to make pay for themselves, but yeah, the Dark Elf monsters, not necessarily what they once were, but a little net here. Yeah, Net of Amantok gonna tie down chariots. The spell effect is literally not even triggering on them. Oh no, it's like very randomly on only a couple of them. But regardless, the Cold Ones will charge in and absolutely smash up these Scourge Chariots. Huge damage already being done. Big ruination of cities as well. I said he was on Slock. He's in fact not. Mountain just on his chair here, which means even the Manticore is a little bit dangerous for him. But gonna unleash his Bound Banishment as well. Cold One Spear Riders also kind of get decked in that engagement. Very brutal engagement for both sides, honestly. But yeah, the Lizardmen with just so many troops here, able to envelop the Dark Elves. Just through sheer numbers, the Dark Elves are really having a hard time. This is one thing, maybe why the Dark Elves don't go with monsters a lot of the time. Their low to mid-tier troops are generally very good, and oftentimes you need those numbers against certain factions. Like here, you can see the Spear Riders. It's completely enveloped. The Cold One Knights are going to take them out. That being said, though, attacked in the back by Spears, the Supreme Sorceress. Dragon also getting involved. So, I mean, I guess if the Dragon can make enough of a difference, make up for the lack of numbers here, it could prove decisive. But right now, Dark Elves struggling. They've got these Scourge Chariots firing up at the Pawhawk Sentinels, which is fine value-wise, but from a tactics perspective, you really need to be taking out these Spear Riders. Pawhawk Sentinels are honestly not going to do all that much. Even like if they use all of their ammunition shooting high-value targets, it's not that much damage at the end of the day. So yeah, Scourge Chariots being forced away a little bit here from the decisive point in the battle, but something's hitting the Pawhawk Sentinels. It was a little bit. Little Soul Stealer will help heal up the Supreme Sorceress, also help finish off these Spear Riders. So she's got a little pocket of infantry support holding out, and in general, infantry has largely been bypassed by the Lizardmen, focusing on more important, higher value mobile units. So maybe the Dragon can try and work from those infantry to stabilize things a little bit, and it does look like the Lizardmen kind of running out of steam to a degree, so Osmundi's got to be careful. The Dragon's quite dangerous, obviously, in melee. But the Cold One Spear Riders getting a little bit of a pursuit. I don't know if their attack animations are actually proccing that much, if they're really getting much real damage here. But at the very least, yeah, it looks like they are getting some damage. But Scourge Chariot's just incredibly hard to deal with, unfortunately. Especially given the chasing units in this game can be kind of painful and awkward often. But yeah, looks like the Manticore's been fairly well dealt with at this point. Lizardmen did not actually take that victory objective. I don't know how much it'll end up mattering here. It could end up mattering. I mean, anytime you have a flying single entity lord, there's a chance of a late game cycle charge situation, right? If that's all that's left. But Scourge Chariots continuing to be pressured here, but Cold One Knights now focusing a little bit more on taking out the Dark Elf infantry and stabilize that situation a little bit. Yeah, just smashing, no problem. Weak swords. Dragon also trying to do what she can to stabilize, but things are not looking great for Sipa. It's looking like Alfredino is going to be able to even up the series 1-1. Who will it be? Anyone's guess. Big skirmishers get some damage in there. Yeah, Cold One Riders fighting down those bleak swords. Pretty much just the Dragon Lady and the Scourge Chariots left, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is quite a bit, to be honest. Little breath attack there, doesn't do too much. Little Soul Stealer as well, gonna hit Pawhawk Sentinels, but very nice move from Alfredino. Is gonna move the Pawhawk Sentinels away to save the damage from any other units. Only hits them, and little Apotheosis on them from Masamune should help keep them, yeah, safe from that to a degree. They might have lost one unit model there, but still, being a little bit of tender loving care can't fix. Just kidding. No, yeah, the unit model cannot be killed, obviously, but Ooh, we're going to have another net popping off here on the, big overcast net on all the Scourge Chariots. This time, Cold One Spear Riders can get a nice clean charge in here. Really feast on some damage. Yeah, try and take out as much as they can here. We're also going to see another banishment being used. The Bleak Sword that got caught in that might as well uses that resource to its best effect. There's not a lot else to use it on at this point, so it's something. But the Scourge Runners are able to unleash some shots. Try saying that 5 times fast. Unleash some shots onto Lord Mazdamundi as well. And then it's looking like it might be a 2v1 on him. Not a lot to stop this. A little Soul Stealer, a little Dragon charge with the Pharaoh Manticore. Mazdamundi gonna pop Apotheosis on himself. Ooh, that's so unfortunate though. A little bit of landing bug from the Dragon. Loses out on some initiative. Allows Mazdamundi to kind of get away from the Manticore at the very least. But will the Dragon be able to... he's gonna pop the net on the Dragon. Only way to save himself at this point. Got Cold-Blooded on these Cold One Riders as well. They likely are going to finish off the Manticore here. And then he's got all his skirmish units just focus firing on the Supreme Sorceress. Taking damage over time, certainly from all those blowpipes and everything else. Even though their individual AP values are not that high. That lasts long enough that Cold One Riders are able to close the distance there as well. I don't know if they'll be able to actually hold her back from trying to finish Mazdamundi, but yeah, I mean, I guess damage is damage. As long as they can keep up with her on the ground. But maybe the Scourge Chariots are thrown into melee here to screen her out. Get her back up into the air and see if she can snipe out Mazdamundi. Alfredino Slicheezer, he was in Warhammer 2. No, he's a great player, honestly. Alfredino's one of the best players in the world, probably. Didn't he win one of the big domination tournaments, right? If I'm not mistaken. Turin's, Total Tavern season. Was he not one of the champions for one of the seasons there? I forget. Anyway, yeah, he's a really, really good player. But we do see another Soul Sealer being popped on Mazdamundi. Will it be enough to save the Supreme Sorceress, though? Her leadership's faltering under the Skink Blowpipes. Yeah, the Scourge Runner Chariots deployed a little bit too late to try and counter those Skink Blowpipes. And, hey, what's up, Charix? Welcome. Yeah, the Cold One Riders continuing to pursue the desperate situation for the Dark Elves, but they're not out of this yet completely. Supreme Sorceress does manage to rally her leadership together. She's got maybe one more Soul Stealer, maybe. He won the original Fresh Recruit tournament from HW back in the day. Nice. That's a piece of lore that I don't think I even knew, to be honest. Maybe I knew at one point and had forgotten. There's way too much lore to remember in the total Warhammer community. But Alfred never really played Dom. Oh, maybe it was a different tournament I was thinking of. I remember him winning some large tournaments. I don't know. It's been a while. Yeah, maybe I was thinking of someone else. It's definitely possible. But should have used the skirmishers on the chariots, chariots on the skirmishers. Yeah, I could have deployed them a little bit sooner, perhaps, but might still end up being okay here. Supreme Sorceress of Dark Magic hanging around. This one Scourge Runner chariot in particular is still fighting, but there's also this one Cold One Rider still fighting. Cold-Blooded popped on them, give them some extra leadership, keep them out of range of a terror route. Dragon right now could also go try and snipe Mazdamundi, but this one Skink Skirmisher also in a Overwatch position here. Has some capacity to try and win this, but that's unfortunate. Once that Cold-Blooded drops, Cold One Riders are going to rout. The chariot is going to go after Mazdamundi. He'll block it up with his chair. Well, they're more going after the skirmishers, but Mazdamundi trying to block what he can with his chair. They do get one unit model down, and the Skink Skirmishers, of course, continuing to skirmish on the Scourge Chariots at short range, getting really high accuracy because of that point-blank range. I don't know. Here comes the Dragon Sorceress. Mazdamundi, if he has an Apotheosis, now is absolutely the time. Needs to try and turn around and fight here and not take a rear charge if at all possible. But it looks like there's the rear attack. Mazdamundi is going to continue to try and pull away here. Or nope, he turns around. Exactly what he should do. Try and get his melee defense fully into this fight. Supreme Sorceress taking blowpipes, taking some hits, and HP is rapidly dropping, but Mazdamundi, one more hit, and he's down, and that could trigger a mass terror route for the Lizardman, but no! The Supreme Sorceress routes first. Mazdamundi holds himself at 20 HP. Yeah, the Scourge Chariots come in, do a little bit of final damage to him, but then themselves get run down, and what a close finish, guys. Holy cow. Alfredinho managing to just barely scrape the win there and even up this series 1-1. That is definitely one of the best games I've seen from the entire tournament. Super impressive stuff from both sides, honestly. Yeah, Sipa staying very patient, doing some really nice Soul Stealer work, keeping that Supreme Sorceress alive, operational right up until the very last second. That's crazy, man. That was super epic, definitely. I mean, a lot of things are going to pay for themselves here. I would say most units in a battle like this where the armies just fully kill each other, most units are going to pay for themselves. So there's not really a ton to talk about in terms of damage value here, unless we see something really crazy like a Skink Skirmisher almost getting 3x their value. That's really good. Very good, honestly. Yeah, Cold One Riders, many over 1,000. Not really surprising to see. So, excellent game. There's not a lot else for me to add besides just, yeah, great job to both these players. And that's just the middle of the series, too. We still got at least 2 more games to play as the series is now even 1-1. So, let's go ahead and get to the next replay. Once again, pivotal game 3. Can Alfredinho keep the momentum, or will Sipa even things out and keep this roller coaster ride going? Ooh, ogres, my lord. Alfredinho going thick with the ogres. He's got some man-eaters of elite nature. He's got a Thunder Tusk, few support units, and that's it. Real simple, you know, very meat build. Very epic meat build, for sure. Wow, 343 concurrent viewers right now. Thank you all so much for being here. This is awesome, and hopefully you all are enjoying. Yeah, let's take a look at the builds here. We've got Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Nurgle, Lore of Death there. We've got Line of Forsaken, backed up by the Rotting Riders, a whole host of Plague Toads. Fun stuff. Throwing Axe Cav, random little Hound there as well. Super interesting. Go with the full Plague Toads here. But we've got some Blood Vultures up in the sky, like I mentioned, Elite Man-Eaters. We've got the Mercenary Man-Eaters here of Gold Bag, and of course the Powder Guts with the pistols already firing on the move. It's going to be Great Maw Butcher, not really any surprise there, but yeah, this Sorcerer, this Nurgle Sorcerer needs to run for his life. He's currently being frostbitten by the Thunder Tusk. Oh, but no, he turns around, little Spirit Leech, little spiteful attack in the back. What a brave little guy. I would not be so brave. Could you imagine fighting like a literal freaking mammoth with a face? Anyway. Toadmageddon. Yeah, definitely Toadmageddon here. But will it end up doing much? I think actually the Man-Eater's armor, only 80. It's within the range that the Toads could maybe do something. Toads could definitely do something. They don't have the greatest AP values in the world, but they're pretty close to 50-50, yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. 80 is not that much at the end of the day, but Nurgle's gonna just get straight in there. Not really a lot to do except get stuck in. I'd imagine this will be a little bit of a quicker game than some of the others that we've seen, just because it is 2 kind of more rush-oriented builds, although the Ogre's doing a little bit of tactics here, a little bit of kiting back, and trying to force some more favorable engagement. But yeah, big old brutal brawl here. Man-Eaters, Gnoblars, all in a big pile. I'm surprised with how much damage the Thunder Tusk has taken, though. This Nurgle Sorcerer will not let up. Lore of Death, I guess, he's dumping into some Spirit Leeches as well to kind of help himself out. But on the Rot Beast, he's got pretty solid stats, honestly. 500 weapon strength with Filth Mace active. Gives him a big boost, gives him that corroded armor contact effect as well. Does he actually have multiple contact effects going right now? Is that legal? Can you do that? Are you allowed to do that? I didn't realize that was a thing. No, actually, I do think they added that in a recent patch where they actually enabled you to have multiple contact effects on the same unit. And I seem to remember the Shadow Walker's having like every contact effect in the game for a short amount of time because they accidentally left it on. But anyway, yeah, big brutal brawl here. Not really a lot of tactics to talk about, so we'll get some nice cinematic angles of some Toad on Ogre violence here. Many fat rolls flapping in the wind. Can you imagine the smell? Oh man, ogres must be pretty smelly, but nothing compared to Nurgle, right? Two of them in combination, though, absolutely revolting. Let's take a look at the banners here so we can assess the health situation. Yeah, it looks like Nurgle, not surprising, is winning out in the grind fight. And I guess they don't really have any passive healing besides what's like on the Rotting Riders, for example. So maybe it is maybe a little surprising. It's not necessarily a super grind-oriented build, but Toads are very, very tough. They've got a lot of HP. They've got nice, balanced weapon strength. Yeah, good mass as well. Just be able to tangle with the ogres, so pretty good stuff. Throwing Axe is also a little bit of AP damage, very cost-effective into the Man-Eaters. Thunder Tusk just about heal capped already. Only, less than 4 minutes into this battle is fought. Let's see here. Been a nice wide view right now as Forsaken to support the Toads. Various engagements. Wow, look at that. This guy terror routing with his full health bar, pretty much. Slaughtermaster. I'm not sure exactly what happened there to terror route him, but Rotting Riders took a big, brutal engagement there. Thunder Tusk plus the Powder Guts was too much for them to deal with, and they lost a lot of unit models now, over 2/3 of their unit models. So even if they could come back and heal, they have lost quite a bit of killing power there. And their loss in particular has put the balance of power in the Ogre's favor. Now starting to kind of rush in the Ogre's favor as Nurgle runs out of steam, as the Toads crumble away. And like the Ogres will be able to hold out here. Yeah, I think actually the healing might have made the difference. Not taking healing with Nurgle is a pretty aggressive choice, and yeah, I mean, he's gotten some pretty good value from that Lore of Death, Spirit Leech, but has it been enough to justify not taking the healing here? I don't know. I think he kind of played himself a little bit with this Lore of Magic selection. I respect the aggression, certainly. He's been very aggressive in trying to go after this Thunder Tusk here, but I think maybe a little bit of heal sustain on those Rotting Riders just to be able to like cycle them in and out of some more engagements and keep them alive a little bit longer. Would have been pretty solid, hopefully. And yeah, the Toads were a nice pick. We'll have to take a look at their value after the fact if they end up paying for themselves. This one certainly does. That hangs out into the late game. But yeah, I think maybe the only thing I would change would be the magic selection. But there's a reason these players are in this round of the tournament, and I am not, so it's hard for me to criticize too much. Being said, Ogres, my lord, indeed, the Thunder Tusk's revenge, continuing to punish Chaos Sorcerer Lord, who has his own self-healing with that Crown of Everlasting Conquest. Felt quite a bit of healing, actually, so Nurgle not going quietly into that good night. Forsaken, yep, it looks like army losses kick in right about there, so it'll be a victory for Alfredinho. He'll go up 2-1 on the series. Rotting Riders are already regenerating. Lore of Nurgle, without Lore of Nurgle would made much of a difference. I don't think I agree, mostly because the burst healing would have been really good. Like, regeneration is nice, but because it's such a slow trickle heal, if you end up in an engagement where you take a bunch of damage, like, it takes so long for them to, like, pull away and get meaningful amount of healing and re-engage. So I would say having the burst healing would have allowed them to, like, detangle themselves and then re-engage quickly. Yes, you're right, they do have their own innate regeneration, but I don't know. Not enough burst healing for a situation like this. Ultimately, the Toads, yeah, I mean, the one that hung around to the late game paid for itself, but the other ones actually didn't do as well as maybe I thought they would have initially. Maybe it would have been more beneficial to just have more throwing axes, honestly, in hindsight. But you can't always know what your opponent's going to bring. The Sorcerer Lord of Death, I mean, he got quite a bit of value in and of himself at the end of the day, so was that better than dealing? Was dealing that damage better than just having the healing? It's really hard to define that, to be honest, but credit to Alfredinho, also had a really smart build here, played it very well. Man-Eaters just feasting on value. Thunder Tusk mainly acting as a tank here. But yeah, let's go ahead and get to the next replay. Let's see if Sipa can stay alive in the series, or let's see if Alfredinho can close it out. Scoreboard, get that next play going here. Excellent. Once more unto the breach, and this time it's going to be a Norskin mirror match. I mean, it makes sense for maybe the most important game in the series. Yeah, both players are going to go with arguably the strongest faction in the game. Yeah, one of the other, like, maybe one of the other admins who's here in chat can lay out the specific pick and ban rules. But yes, there is rules about, like, you know, pick and ban. I think each player gets a global ban as well. So, yes, there is a consideration for faction selections, absolutely. But look at the blue team here. We've got a Shaman Sorcerer of Death, Skin and Ice Wolves, a Famir Noble, along with some Berserkers, second Famir Noble. Interesting. Relying on that single entity power. Meanwhile, red team here, we've got Armored Skin Wolves, followers of the Great Eagle, Marauder Chariot does fire damage, kind of makes sense here. Ice Wolf Chariot as well. He's also got a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire, and yeah, much more chariot oriented. Interesting. I'm curious how that will do against the Skin Wolves. I probably wouldn't take chariots against Norska as Norska. What's the greatest 2v2 team you've ever witnessed? I'd have to think about that one. That's tough. Tough. Yeah, fruit rules, in terms of the, like, units that are allowed and, like, how many numbers of each units are allowed, yeah, fruit rules. Which is not necessarily the same as unit caps, but relatively close. But big old engagement over here. Blue team looks to be getting the better of it so far initially. Great Shaman Sorcerer of Fire takes some damage, but a nice Burning Head does cut up some of those Berserkers. Some good value in response. The Chariot's a little bit blocked in an engagement where they would probably rather not be, but lots of Skin and Ice Wolves just absolutely pounding each other. And the red team took a nice wide stance there and is now going to potentially have an opportunity for a little collapsing rear charge here. This could be quite devastating. Let's see. It's super hard to tell what's going on with no banners, so probably not too many cinematics in this battle, but yeah, they also took, like, literally the same color of banner, which they literally took the same banner, which should be a crime, but regardless. Tirtha Ek manifested, yes indeed, but will it end up working? It's super hard to say right now who's winning this engagement, but the red got that big envelopment, but it looks like a lot of their units are actually terror routing away at this point. Sure, what's causing terror here? Does the noble have an ability to cause terror? Yes, he does. Okay. Yeah, that's Skin Hidden Plates gives him terror if his health is high, so pretty good. You're not saying it's Romulandov? Oh, of course, Romulandov, but I didn't want to be too vain about it. Red team does manage to prevail somewhat in the woods here. The Ice Wolf Chariots, Skin Wolves now will be coming to this main engagement. The followers of the Great Eagle as well managed to not take too much damage, but things are starting to turn against them a little bit. Let's see, red team now coming to support their Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves' leadership's not great. You can see that in a couple of instances where they are, in fact, just routing. What a mess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the high-level gameplay for sure. Definitely high-level wolves eating each other. But yeah, it's looking like blue team going to take it. I believe that was Alfredinho, right? I don't think they switched cards again, but a relatively quick victory for Sipa, actually. Okay, so he does even up the series on a 2-2. Got our first full 5-game set here. Yeah, that was a quick one. I mean, I kind of expected it to be. It's a Norskin mirror, so. But yeah, ultimately the Berserkers beat the Chariots. Who would have thought? I actually think that, like, yeah, I mean, 7 Skin Wolves here is quite a bit, but I actually think the Ice Wolves also make a pretty big difference just because they're pretty cost effective in that engagement. I like the pick of the Famir Nobles as well to have a little bit of terror. Alfredinho actually didn't have any terror in his build, which is a little bit of a problem. You want some terror just because the Skin Wolves' leadership is pretty low. pretty easy to tear her out. But yeah, let's go to game 5. How exciting. Excellent. All the games are excellent, to be honest, but especially when you have game 5 as that's going. Sure, yep, scoreboard is updated. Sepa now trying to close things out with Tzeentch against Alfredinho's Tomb Kings. Interesting matchup for the Tomb Kings. The potential for fire here is a little bit painful for them, but plenty of potential to get some stuff going here. Khalid is a curious pick, but I kind of like it at the end of the day. Yeah, we've got a little bit of Vanguard action up on the hill. Looks like some Skeleton Horse Archers taking a commanding position. A couple of Sepulchral Stalkers defending the far side as well. It looks like the Lich Priest of Light and Khalida can kind of follow up behind them immediately. We've got some Ushabtis of melee variants, 3 of them. Some Skeleton Warriors and the Chosen of the Gods. Great bows. A single Marauder Horseman of Tzeentch going to try and take the hill along with a massive line of just Forsaken and Spawn. Super interesting choice, very high damage, potentially squishy. Got a Cultist of Tzeentch here as well to be the caster. Lore of Fire, of course. He's got the Wand of Whimsy, which is a huge plus 12 melee attack every time he casts a spell. Really, really nice. Actually did not take Kindle Flame. I guess there's no other units with flaming attacks here, so it kind of makes sense. But the Chaos Lord of Tzeentch also, of course, with anti-large. No magic on him. He's just a melee beatstick bro. Which for Tzeentch kind of makes you the odd man out, I think. But, you know, we still love him. He has acceptance from us. Yeah, I mean, Skin Wolves are just such a good unit, to be honest. They are just such a good unit. And they're not, it's not like they're absolute world beaters, but just for what they give you, they're super, super cost effective. Sepulchral Stalkers immediately going to start to chew on this flank here, get some of their gaze attack on that Forsaken, get some good damage on the Marauder Horsemen as well from the Skeleton Horse Archers. Like we talked about earlier with the Goblin Archers, Skeleton Horse Archers at 140 range, more than, well, they double literally the range of the, little bit less than double, I guess, of the Javelin Horsemen. I think they're more than double the range for the throwing axes. So definitely can trade good in any engagement or any matchup where you're facing Marauder Horsemen, which is what, like 6 different matchups. So definitely definitely quite a good one. But a little bit of Cascading Fire Cloak on the Shaman, or on the Chaos Lord as he pulls through. Gonna fight these Sepulchral Stalkers in melee. Got an Exalted Hero in here as well for anti-large. Quite a bit of melee potency then from Tzeentch here. And with that Wand of Whimsy as well, even giving the heroes plus 12 melee attack is quite nice. But yeah, map-wide plus 12 melee attack on all these high weapon strength units is pretty good. Let's see if they can just absolutely plow through the Tomb Kings formation, or perhaps Tomb Kings can actually hold out here. Khalida being forced to detach, try and chase down this Exalted Hero, who has got pretty far forward from his own support, so Khalida actually does have a chance to potentially take him out. You can see the Chaos Sorcerer Lords trying to pull away from the Ushabti, getting a little bit stuck there, but going to assist his little Shem's Burning Gaze there. Nice contact. Yeah, trying to move in, maybe for 2v1, maybe, if you got both of these Halberd characters in on Khalida, but right now, ooh, Khalida maybe over-pursuing there a little bit. Nope, looks like she's gonna realize that's perhaps not the greatest idea. But Sepulchral Stalkers continuing to fire in. They're also getting hit a little bit from these Javelin Horsemen. Nothing too crazy there. But, yeah, there's Ushabti who did run in this frontline engagement. They're gonna get pretty hard checked by the spawn of Tzeentch. Armor Sundering in particular for the Tzeentch spawn makes them a good trade for Ushabti, whereas the regular spawn, it's not like they're a bad trade necessarily, it's just more of an even trade. Tzeentch have so many different ways of attacking. It's true. I personally am a huge fan of Wand of Whimsy builds. Like, I don't, you know, I'm not incredibly active playing games these days, but especially back when Warhammer 3 first came out, I think, like, Cultist Wand of Whimsy builds were my actual favorite thing to do with Tzeentch. Just because it's such a strong item. Plus 12 melee attack map-wide. And especially if you have a lot of units with flaming damage, you can stack Kindle Flame on top of that. It's just a huge, like, map-wide benefit. But look at that. Between the magic missiles and everything else, yeah, that Exalted Hero just gets blasted out in the open field. I feel like a very fitting end for Tzeentch champion, getting blasted by magic. But there you go. That's going to put a pretty big dent on the balance of power. Lita and the Lich Priest of Light, the fact that they're still so healthy is weighing pretty heavily on this. Spawn are also getting quite low. Of course, they're unbreakable, but little army ability bombardment there hits Kalita, and going to do some pretty solid damage, but she can respond with a magic missile of her own. Staff of Asaf, or whatever it's called. Venom Staff, that's it. It breaks the barrier, does a tiny bit of real HP damage to the Lord of Tzeentch, but Kalita doesn't want that engagement in a clean 1v1. If she could get the Sepulchral Stalkers over to support this engagement, could be pretty good. Lich Priest also with his Shem's Burning Gaze. Yeah, as long as he doesn't friendly fire Kalita at all there, that's just fine. Sorry, not Marauder Horseman, Skeleton Horseman in the same role, but also doing some really nice skirmishing, a little bit of hit and run as well to try and screen for these Shopty Greatbows a bit. But another Venom Staff there from High Queen Kalita. It has that little scatter effect, which is supposed to be good at doing anti-infantry damage, but really just not. But Spawn go down to the archers. That unit gets completely wiped. There's still a couple of Spawn over here, but they are incredibly low. Yeah, all the Spawn left on the field are basically on their last legs. You have some Forsaken here, relatively healthy as well, but yeah, it's looking like Tomb Kings are in position to try and win this. Tzeentch, Chaos Lord, fleeing from Kalita. Yeah, it's taking multiple attacks in the back. Really not great. Now I'm going to try and maybe take a 2v1 with the Cultist standing by, but another Shem's Burning Gaze makes great contact with the Chaos Lord. And that's going to be it, I think, for Tzeentch with him going down. Yeah, there's no way for him to escape Kalita with that poison. Going to be able to get him slowed down, and one more attack animation. Yep. Oh, he actually shatters there. He didn't actually die. Let's see. Will Kalita try and fully finish him? She's getting chased a little bit by Spawn right now. But it looks like Marauder Horse... Or I said Marauders. The Skeleton Horse Archer is actually going to be the one to chase him off, perhaps. Put the last few arrows in him. We'll see. Looks like the arrows are going smartly into the Spawn. But let's check in over here. Sepulchral Stalkers continuing to hold out as well. Yeah, that Gaze attack doing some really nice anti-infantry damage on those Forsaken. Shows them the Gods also still alive, can just fight the rest of the Forsaken to death, so I'm pretty sure that's game. Yep, looks like Chaos Sorcerer Lord does survive. Only 45 HP left. But he's shattered, so no point in continuing to chase there. I guess he wants to save the arrows for what's left of the Spawn. There's 3 more Spawn here, and there's 1 more here. 8 more here. Oh, wow. They're very low on HP. But is there a link to the bracket? I will actually show the bracket. I have a graphic for the bracket that I completely forgot to show you guys at the start of the stream. But we'll go ahead and check in with that right after this. I believe I should be sent an updated version of the bracket. Yes, looks like I'll be getting an updated version of the bracket here shortly. But yeah, we can show what it has been so far. Do a quick recap of the 2 series that have casted. And the Tomb Kings walking very respectfully towards victory here. Let's fast forward a little bit as they make their final push. Forces of Tzeentch at least. And there it is. It's going to be a victory for the Tomb Kings, and for Alfredinho manages to win an incredibly hard-fought series against Sipa. Yeah, very well done by both players, and yeah, looking really, really good. Looking really, really good. Sipa, I love the build from Tzeentch. Ultimately, just did not quite have enough staying power at the end of the day. Yeah, getting his character sniped as well is a little bit painful. These guys could have had a good engagement to take out Kalita, but instead the Shem's Burning Gaze and Kalita are able to get good engagements where they need to. Skeleton Horse Archers contributed excellently. And yeah, the Sepulchral Stalker is also a nice pick here. Of course, the Chosen of Gods getting some value as well. So, fun series for sure. That's going to be a victory for Alfredinho. And yeah, first full 5-game set we've seen so far. Will we see any more? There is potential for some. Whoops. Go ahead and do this. Represent. And I'm going to take a short break, grab a drink of water. You know, I would recommend you all do the same. Go ahead and stay hydrated. I'll put on some music, guys, and we will resume shortly with the next series. All right, I am returned. We are just about ready to continue on. Just to quickly go over the bracket once more. We've already seen Crabling win out over Akeen, so he moves on to face Alfredinho, who we just saw beat Sipa. They are going to face off in semifinals, which we will watch shortly. But first, let's tackle the other quarterfinal bracket. We're going to start with Flower versus Inkars here. And yeah, go ahead and get things started very shortly. Hopefully y'all are enjoying the stream so far. Been a blast for me, definitely. I appreciate the tenor as well from Leo. Very, very much appreciated. Yeah, it's been such a pleasure to do this over the years for you guys. And I'm honored that I get to be a part of stuff like this. Really, truly is just very, very fun, very special, very meaningful in my life. Brought me a lot of joy over time, so thank you for that. And okay, let's go ahead and put Flower and Inkars here. All right, ready to load in. High Elves. First time making an appearance in this quarterfinals. High Elves versus Nurgle. And I'm guessing it's a Phoenix build based on Teclis, Eredren, and another Phoenix. Yeah, this has been, oh, actually, Teclis is not on the Phoenix. Okay, so just a double Phoenix build, a little bit more tasteful here. We've got some Dragon Princes as well, including the Fireborn, a couple of infantry, yeah, a couple line infantry, a couple of Rangers, 3 even Rangers, and that's basically it. And for Nurgle, we've got the Soul Grinder looking away, tear away some ammo. Got some Marauders, of course, including a couple Great Weapons, Worshippers of the Crow, Chaos Knights with Lances, 3 of them, already getting hit by that early Flock of Doom. We've got Kaze, Fouled, and a Chaos Sorcerer, Lord of Nurgle. Playing Med 2 music. And pause that for a moment. Yes, Centicity did get knocked out. He lost out to Snail Cream. Yeah, in a series that, once again, you can catch on Human Boy. Yes, his YouTube channel. He said he's casting all the series. So, yeah, if he hasn't casted that one already, I'm sure he will at some point. I also might cast a few more series from the earlier rounds if I get the chance to over the next week or two, just in case there were some really, really excellent series there. Really excellent games in general. But, yeah, we may also move on. I did get the opportunity to get that little demo build to play the first 10 turns of the Boris Todbringer campaign. I just literally didn't have time this week to sit down and go through that, so maybe I'll actually do a little stream tomorrow where I'll do the first 10 turns of the Boris campaign, since I can. And yeah, hopefully I'll be having more early access content for you coming very soon. Some other things, but we'll have to talk about that when it comes. For now, we'll keep the focus here on some Rancid Visitations on the Omen of Asuryan. Caradran also flying around here, thinking that he will yeah, he'll get some good value from that. But also, the Rancid Visitations does mean less healing, but he actually didn't take any healing. He didn't even take, yeah, didn't take the healing spell, at least. Super interesting. Yeah, so many great players there. So many great players who have graced our screens. Thankfully, I still get, even though some of them are not as active in Total War Warhammer anymore, I still do get to hang out with them occasionally. Like, I'm actually, I've been, for the last 2 years, I've been hosting a D&D West Marches campaign with a bunch of the old XMT QSA stalwarts, like Flying Taco. He joined, I think, for 1 session, but Felcon's been in there almost every session. You know, Aerocrastics joined, Poison Ducky. Got a bunch of old XMT QSA stalwarts in there. It's been a super fun time. But anyway, keeping the, again, action, focus on the action at hand. The Dragon Princes here, the Fireborn and charging, get a pretty decisive win over these Chaos Knights of Nurgle. Likewise, Caradran drops down to the ground, but he will get the business end of the Filth Mace. So the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle actually does pretty well in that engagement. It's looking like the Omen of Asuryan might jump down and make that a 2v2, I guess, with Kaze also involved, but instead is going to drop that hot Flaming Phoenix Species Cone. Doesn't actually get very good contact on it, kind of misses a lot of the unit there, but will still drop a quick Terror Routing rear charge. Worshippers of the Crow being punished pretty heavily there, but actually managing to hold out okay. I mean, they are Nurgle after all. That Swarm of Flies helped them hang around a little bit longer than another low-tier Great Weapon Infantry might have. Oh yeah, Snail Cream's definitely great. He's definitely a good player, for sure. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Nurgle Knights running for the hills, but more pile into this engagement here. High Elves do have actually some pretty good armor-piercing troops. This is the type of fight that White Line Infantry just loves, right? They're fighting infantry, they're fighting armored cavalry. They are just kind of a good, like, all-arounder type unit. They can fight pretty well against a lot of targets. Not insanely cost-effective by any means, but definitely, if they're in the right engagement, are a nice kind of support for armor-piercing infantry. And so far, I've been tangling pretty well here, but trading against the Chaos Knights is something they can do all day. But Caradran gets absolutely mauled here. yeah, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, the Noxbringer, Kay's 3v1, really, really a bad engagement for Caradran, and he gets routed off. Now, we will see a Rancid Visitations. That's going to try and actually finish him off. Keep the health bar up as he does come back from route ever so briefly, and then immediately routes again to the Rancid Visitations and then dies. Oh, man. Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far for Nurgle. Let's see here. Long live XMT, indeed. X, indeed. I'm, of course, 100% biased as a member of XMT myself, but Caradran on the Phoenix never works for some reason. Oh, I've seen him do plenty of good work here, but yeah. Yeah, like, I get the appeal of domination, and I'm not one to hear, I'm not one to sit here and, like, poo-poo on the mode and talk badly about people who play it, especially. Like, I think it's just great if people are playing Total Warhammer multiplayer in any capacity, to be honest. That in and of itself makes me happy. Whether you're playing Domination, whether you're literally only playing free-for-alls, whether you and a friend queue up for 2v2s on ladder only and only play High Elves and Dark Elves together. You know who you are out there. You're probably not watching this, but however you choose to play multiplayer in this game is 100% valid, even if you go on ladder and just cheese people. I guess you're having fun, you know? You're playing the game that you bought. I mean, yeah, it's maybe not the nicest thing to do, but again, you bought the game. You can do whatever you want, honestly. But, yeah. Fun one for sure. But anyway, Dragon Prince is coming back. Rallying firm. They're going to get a little regrowth here, but the Filth Mace, once again, that corroded armor debuff is quite nice. Little armor debuff there. Yeah, especially with the Noxbringer's armor debuff combined, it is pretty significantly down. Although, speaking of significantly down, Nurgle's army outside of the single entities is actually struggling pretty badly. I mean, all their multi-model units, all their support units are completely gone, and what makes that a little bit dangerous is you still have the Omen of Asurian and like 4 Fireborn hanging around who can make a pretty good difference in this battle. Likewise, these White Lion infantry also are no pushovers by any means. The magic from the Nurgle Sorcerer will be a little bit dangerous to them, but if they could somehow, some way, take him out, a little Cascading Fire Cloak on the Phoenix there, get some extra melee damage and extra melee defense. Teclis also, Potion of Troy, jumps in there to try and contribute. If they can get this Sorcerer Lord down, they could turn this thing around and try and win out this game, but will they be able to? Omen of Asurian taking massive damage, does get the Phoenix Rebirth proc. Super, super lucky there to get that. If they get the Omen of Asurian goes down there, it's probably game over for the High Elves, but instead the balance of power swings back in their favor. Teclis has an opportunity to chase the Sorcerer Lord off at this point. Haysk himself has taken quite a bit of damage, did get the Fecundity Army ability heal, which is going to hit, of course, the Soul Grinder and this Marauder here as well. But can Haysk do it all by himself, especially if he's being cycle charged? Could be a little bit tricky here. He countercharges the Dragon Princes. That one Fireborn rear charging him actually did like a hilarious amount of damage. That guy in particular gets pounded out by the Soul Grinder, and Fireborn going to the actual last elf is super, super impressive, honestly. I get it, Codex. Like, I get the sentiment, and I also feel the same way sometimes, but honestly, if I really boil it down for myself, I'm just happy that there's a multiplayer scene at all for this game, considering how little Creative Assembly actually supports multiplayer. I mean, they gave us Domination, and later they gave us Conquest, and that's the most we've had in years, so I guess I can't ask for too much. But, yeah, Case gets terror-routed away, and all of a sudden the High Elves are in commanding position to actually win here. I thought for sure they were out of it. I thought Codex was going to clean this one up, or Incars, rather, not Codex. But, yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, Noxbringer's going to go down. And that should be all she wrote, I'd imagine. Last column of Marauders. Moving in. And yeah, I think that's it. We'll fast forward a little bit here as Techless chases Kazk off, and there it is. Wow, quite the comeback. I thought for sure Flower was out of it, but I guess that's high elf leadership for you. That's high elf healing, and these elites, they're not going to go quietly. Caradran gets absolutely destroyed here, but the Phoenix proc there for Omen of Asurion, I will admit, if Omen of Asurion goes down there, I think Inkars actually wins out the game. So more or less decided on a coin flip, but that's how super close games are sometimes, and that's one of the reasons why Total War Warhammer is often so compelling, because there's a big element of randomness, especially in single entity engagements, especially. But yeah, that was a long game for sure. That was a long game. You know, big healing on both sides kind of makes sense. But for Nurgle, the Sorcerer Lord, 3,000 damage value, 18,000 damage dealt, absolutely stellar performance. Kazk also contributes quite nicely here. I thought the Knights maybe did... Yeah, they didn't do a ton. Okay, more or less what I thought. Soul Grinder, though, contributes some really nice value here. Great Weapon Infantry, they're okay. I mean, Marauders rating decently here. For Flower, yeah, I mean, the fact that he had the White Lions, I think, really helped him out there in the late game, too. Nice support infantry, like I said. And, yeah, keeping those Dragon Princes alive and keeping them, like, accruing value into the late game. Very, very important. So, fun stuff. Why aren't more people playing Slaanesh? Slaanesh is super good in domination because they're very fast, but in land battles, speed matters, but it doesn't matter as much as it does in domination. In domination, speed and Vanguard are like the most important things, almost. In land battles, it depends, you know? It depends on the matchup. Slaanesh is a good faction, definitely, but they're not the best. Distinct lack of Slaanesh. Well, hopefully we'll get some going soon as we move into Game 2 between Flower and Inkars. Let's go ahead and update the scoreboard here. Oh, nope, not that. There we go. Excellent. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that was wild. I thought for sure the Phoenixes were done, but let's see. Let's see what Inkars can do. He's going with quite a savage greenskins build against Flower. He's got, yeah, 3 savage orcs, 3 savage biggins, a couple of boars, not savage, but 4 stone trolls. Got Grom the Paunch and a goblin Daemon. Tomb King's here, coming in hot with Khalida. And Chosen the Gods, who shot 2 great bows. He's got the Sphinx of Usek, a bunch of skeleton infantry, including a Nehekara warrior randomly in the center, Necropolis Knights, Lich Priest of Nehek. Very, very good. That Restless Dead lore passive is quite good, especially when you're spamming cheap spells. But even if you just throw out a few Incantations of Vengeance, that extra healing goes a long way. Let's see here. Carrion. Yes. Yes. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, I've definitely seen builds with just wide, like, mid-tier beat stick infantry quite well into Tomb. Like, 5 Saurus. One of the few matchups, I think, where Saurus are actually probably pretty decent, but, yeah. Yeah, I mean, in land battles, Slaanesh still has the issue of not having best anti-large tools, and like big SEMs tend to be probably more impactful in land battles than they are in domination, because in domination they can only be in one place at a time. That's also true of land battles, but I feel like they have more chance to impact the battle. So that lack of anti-large also hurts Slaanesh more in land battles than it does probably in domination. Vampires, I don't know if vampires are the worst. I actually don't know. Vampire counts? Maybe, actually. They're super linear. Blood Knights are terrible. They're so bad. They're the worst elite cavalry in the game by far right now, which makes me so sad. I used to love using them. I used to love Bone Tonia, you know, like cavalry-based vampire builds. But anyway, let's get back to the undead currently on the screen. Skeleton Warriors moving in to clash against their giant savage counterparts. Wow, those are some big orcs. Stone Trolls also moving in. Very beat stick build. Makes a lot of sense. But Car Warriors should have an actually pretty decent trade against the Biggins, at least until the Stone Trolls arrive there. Likewise, Sphinx of Usek going to move up, use his flaming damage to damage those trolls. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Coast is fine. They're solidly mid-tier. You see some use. We've already seen some games from them in this quarterfinals and certainly throughout the whole tournament. Wall being popped now. Good time. Try and get some value back here, but yeah, the approach was pretty painful. They definitely took some damage on the approach, but now the orcs and I guess one goblin, the one really big goblin, and the trolls. I guess there's a second goblin here who's a little smaller. They're trying to push through right now, but the Sphinx, Usek, and the Necropolis Knights, it's a lot of elite armor piercing, not necessarily anti-large. The Necropolis Knights are the halberd variant, but still a lot of armor piercing, really tough units to try and get through, so the Stone Trolls definitely struggling. The Biggins should be great anti-large support, but their AP values are only like 30% AP, 1/3 AP more or less, so it'll be a little bit tricky there, but we do see somebody shopped. He just pulled up straight to the back line. Will it be enough to trigger like a leadership route on these units, or will the shop to just get torn apart very quickly? Hard to say, but the Sphinx gets on Grom. That's a big problem. Grom definitely does not want to be anywhere near that Sphinx right now. Needs to get out of here, but unfortunately I think he's being a little bit mass blocked by the Necropolis Knights. Yeah, does not have a clear lane of escape, and as a result is getting punished pretty heavily in this engagement. Potential loss of Grom will be absolutely devastating here, but Incantation of Cursed Blades, Overcast, give a little bit of extra anti-large. Sphinx Busek up to 51 bonus versus large with that active. That's insane, man. That is a 91 melee attack effectively against large targets, but it looks like he didn't actually get the best contact with Grom specifically while that was active. Oh, there's a big hit, though. I think it might have just dropped at that point, but yeah. Yeah, the Stone Trolls kind of just getting hard countered a little bit here. Looking like it'll be a relatively quick one. In favor of the Tomb Kings. Ghost is A tier, most underrated faction in your opinion. Yeah, I could probably buy that. I could probably buy that. What have they done to boost Tomb Kings so much? Nothing. Tomb Kings have always been good. Tomb Kings have literally always been good. I mean, I think they maybe did some updates to the Sphinx and the Necro Sphinx like 6 months ago or more, maybe. But yeah, Grom is in big trouble. He is definitely done. And credit to Flower here. Very, very solid build. No fat here, really. Everything serves a purpose. And ends up winning out. Incar's, I mean, a little bit more of an unusual build. A little bit more of off-meta picks. Hard to criticize too much, but ultimately it just didn't end up working out for him, unfortunately. So not really too much more to add on that one. Let's go ahead and get through to the next replay. Can Incars get back in the series, or will Flower complete the only sweep that we've seen so far today? Is a possibility. But can Incars at least force a game 4 here? That is the question. That we will be answering in this battle. Let's see here. Go ahead and put that up 2-0 in favor of Flower. All right. Got some Kislev this time versus Vampire Counts. All right, you guys said it. You guys said it. Vampire Counts are the worst, so let's see what they can do in this battle. They're not going so much of a blob build, this time a little bit wider with ghosts. Got some Cairn Race here out on the flank, supporting some Black Knights, very interesting. Nekarch Vampire Lord, looking for some Invocation of Nehek, Spirit Leech, Ray's dead. He's also got Purple Sun, quite a heavy spell kit. But frontline is zombies. He's got some skeleton spears, necromancer here, Vargulf as well, and the same kind of ghost plus cav on the opposite flank. As for Kislev, running in hot with a little horse archer vanguard, looking like Tsarina leading the way. Got the Baleheim wolves try and stop some healing, incarnate elemental of beasts for a little bit of single entity power, armored Kassar, Streltsy, and Kislev warriors. So super interesting. I like the pick of the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. Just that passive damage over time is very good against vampire counts. Horse Archers also focusing on the Necromancer Corpse Cart, who is just a Forbidden Rod battery. So getting him off the field will just limit the winds of magic of the vampire counts here. Let's see. Yeah, Vampire's taking a nice wide stance, going for a big envelopment. Kislev in a much more compact and defensive formation. This is the Blue Reach River, so there's a small amount of impassable terrain here that Kislev is kind of anchoring their flank on a little bit, which has forced these ghosts to go on quite the journey to now the point where they're quite isolated. I'm not really sure what they're doing over there, to be honest. Yeah, they're potentially going to take some damage here. Their physical resistance will help somewhat against the archer fire, but still don't necessarily want them taking just 3 damage here. But let's see. Zombies starting to filter in. Vargulf looking for an opportunity, and a Purple Sun pulled up in the back line just wrecks those Streltsy. Good use of Winds Magic to get, a potential dangerous ranged unit just straight up off the field. Mostly, it didn't even trigger by our blood, actually. But still, you've got some knights now moving over once again to support the ghosts. And Inkars is starting to close the net. Here. Yep, just checking everything. Looking good. Yeah, Kislev warriors trying to hold out as best they can. Kossars, an armored nature. Neckarch's going to pull up another spell there. What is that? He miscasted himself a little bit. Was that overcast invocation of the heck, I think? Not really sure 100%, but regardless. Little Death Frost on the Vargulf. And the terror is starting to kick in from the Cairn Wraiths. Yeah, Cairn Wraiths are honestly one of the better units for vampire counts right now. The fact they have 100% armor piercing damage, they're reasonably fast. Got Frostbite, decent enough stats. That heavy 44 weapon strength with 100% AP is super strong if they can get, especially some like attack buffs. I don't think there's any invocation of, or sorry, what's it called? Dance Macabre, that's the one. It's kind of an underrated spell these days. Maybe doesn't have enough of like an uptime to justify its Winds of Magic costs, but especially when used in combination with a unit like Cairn Wraiths that has really good weapon strength. You know, Graveguard, also another unit, like Great Weapon variant, has really good weapon strength, even though their attack and defense stats are not that good for the cost. Yeah, when you can juice them up with some Dance Macabre, can go a long way, but certainly easier said than done, especially when you don't have the spell. But instead, the Neckarch is looking for some damage here. And Kislev looking like they're in kind of a tough position, potentially, but as long as the Tsarina and the Incarnate Elemental Beasts are still alive, I don't really see a lot here that can kill them either, unless they really get surrounded and circle beaten by Cairn Wraiths. But even then, like the AoE drain from the Incarnate Elemental Beasts, and I guess did Tsarina? I thought she had magic attacks. Maybe she doesn't. But regardless, she's got some spells to be able to deal, you know, multi-model magic damage. So as long as these two are still alive, I think that Kislev definitely is in the driver's seat in this battle. But let's see. I guess the Vargulf could potentially help, but not by itself. 2v1 is going to get absolutely bodied by the Incarnate and by the Tsarina's Frostworm. See a little explosion there from the Tsarina. A little bound ice explosion. We'll do some really nice damage. Get a little Frostbite in there as well. And yeah, you can see her and the Incarnate just not taking much damage at all right now. Vargulf did get a heal. It's going to circle around and come back for some more. Maybe a 2v2 with the Neckarch and the Vargulf together. Could actually get a decent engagement. Maybe get some HP off this Incarnate. It is technically an Elemental, so if you can force it into Crumbling, it will take a massive amount of damage. It doesn't have the most leadership in the world, but let's see. Ganrates are definitely putting in some very serious work against these armored Kossars right now. And it looks like the Horse Archers got themselves together, and they're going to try and kite away these Knights here. A little bit of Spirit Leech. Neckarch Vampire Lord gets himself into a very dangerous situation, fighting 2v1 versus these. Yeah, definitely does not want any of that. Corpse Heart Necromancer is going to come make this a 2v2 technically. But again, really doesn't want any of that smoke. Is going to have to try and pull away. And the longer these Ganrates fight in a blob around the Incarnate Elemental, the worse it's going to be for them, as their HP is just continuously drained away by that flock, that Incarnate flock. Little miscast damage there on an Invocation of Nehek, Dark Protection as well to help mitigate some of that damage with a little resistance. And yeah, Kislev's actually starting to run out of steam a little bit here. Not looking great for them, honestly. But let's see that go. There we go. Just wish the Incarnate was in any other faction. I mean, technically it is in the Beastmen as well. But yeah, it's a little bit strange of an addition to have on Kislev. I mean, I guess it makes sense in the context of, like, Mother Ostankia specifically, but to have it just available as, like, a generalist Kislev unit, I agree, is a little bit odd, especially when Kislev doesn't even technically have access to Lore of Beasts outside of the Ice Witch, so... or not the Ice Witch, the Hag hero is the only thing that has access to Lore of Beasts for them, so it's a little bit odd, to be honest. I've always found it slightly strange, but... yeah, looking like it's going to be victory for... hang on, is Flower the red team? Did I get that wrong at the very start of this particular battle? I think Inkars is actually Kislev here. Tough out for him. Very well played to Flower. But it's looking like, yeah, it'll be a victory for him in a 3-0 series sweep. Isn't it also on the Empire roster as well? No. The Incarnate of Elemental Beast is definitely not on the Empire roster. No, Empire does not get monsters. That is one thing about the faction. They got everything except monsters that don't have guns attached to them. Like their monster is a steam tank and a land ship. So anyway, yeah, Incarnate Elemental of Beasts, as foretold, did feast there, but ultimately it was not quite enough to overcome the Cairn race. Yeah, look at that. 1100 value, almost 1500 value there, almost a 2x. Pretty impressive stuff from the Cairn race. Like I said, the Vampire Count's best unit, in my opinion, right now. There's a lot going for them, and supporting these kind of terrible, honestly, Black Knights. Black Knights are more just there to kind of body block and take hits for them. Ends up working out quite well. Vargulf also is a nice utility piece monster, relatively cheap, and can contribute some meaningful value as well. So, yeah. Oh, Griffins, too, yeah. But those are character mounts only. Tsarina, almost 4,000 damage value. Yeah, like 3 3/4,000 damage value there. Very impressive stuff. Kossars were able to hold out decently well. But yeah, ultimately, just didn't quite have enough staying power to last against the, well, Elspeth on a dragon too, but I don't really count that against character mount for just one single character. But anyway, yeah. Flower will take the series 3-0, which means we will go on to next series. Those of you guys who need a little reminder, we'll swap back over to the bracket while I update the scoreboard here. Prepare for the next series. So yeah, Flower moves on over Inkars and will face the winner of Snail Cream versus Caradoc. Snail Cream, of course, having already beaten Anticity and beaten Codex here in chat. So for a potentially impressive performance there, although Caradoc is a very strong player in his own right, so have to prepare for that. Here. Get this replay in the folder. Look here. Snail versus Caradoc. All right. Excellent. Hey, let's get to it then. Start once again with Vampire Coast. Paradoc coming without any Cairn Wraiths. Instead, he's got more of a traditional, like, Crypt Horror, got a double Vargulf. Double Vargulf definitely is something that has seen a lot of use over the years for vampire counts, so we'll see how they do. Up against the Tomb Kings, led by Kotep, I see double Sphinx. Should be an interesting one for sure. It is undead versus undead, which already makes me a little sad, but let's take a look here. If I want to play Archaon, are there any other DLCs you should get besides Warriors of Camps of Chaos? I'm trying to remember. I do think that all the Monogods Chaos faction DLCs, like yeah, like all the ones that have come out recently that you can kind of buy individually. Like you can just buy like the Slanesh Lord, like Jakala, right? Or you can buy the Plague Ogre, what's his name? Blanking on it right now. Anyway, Tamarkan, right? If you buy Tamarkan's DLC, you'll get some stuff. All of those DLCs, I think, will have like a couple of units that are included in Archaon's campaign, but you don't have to get them all by any means. But yeah, I think basically any DLC with Chaos stuff would add things. I could be wrong, but at the very least, legendary characters, I think he gets literally all of them. So, yeah. Yeah, Thrones of Decay. And then think about it. I honestly don't remember. It's all jumbled up in my head right now. What units go to what DLC? But yeah, like for like the character progression as well, to do like the Path to Glory. It's nice to have all the Exalted Heroes and all the Chaos Lords and everything, right? So yeah, just whatever of the Chaos DLCs you can afford, basically. As many of them as you can get. We'll add stuff to Archaon's campaign. Very interesting so far. Kotep taking this nice boxy formation here. Gonna see a little Gaze of Nagash from that Necromancer. Not just a Forbidden Rod battery this time. He's also going to be a little Skirmisher. Do a little magic missile action. Each DLC has the Mutalith. Yeah, Mutalith Vortex Beast. The ROR Mutalith is also really good, but just generally in campaign, the Mutaliths tend to be quite good because of the nature of campaign battles. Changebringers are OP for campaign, flying through flamethrowers. Yes, they are extremely good. A little bit tricky to use sometimes, depending on if your opponent has a lot of flyers, but they are extremely good. Yeah, I'm curious to see if they'll do like a sale of all the Chaos Lord packs when Lords of the End Times come out. I think that'd be cool. Maybe I'll try and convince Creative Assembly to do that. But yeah, we see this undead on undead engagement developing very slowly. Grave Guards moving in to fight in the front line. Zombies and skeletons galore. Sphinxes right now. Just, you know, making a very small impact on this infantry engagement. But here comes the Vargulf, and basically the Strigoi on foot is essentially like a third Vargulf, right? He's got actually similar-ish stats. He's got better weapon strength, to be honest. But yeah, he'll essentially come in here and they'll act as like a 3-entity squad and just go after, punish opponents. Yeah, like you can see already that the Necrotech here on his chariot has been punished pretty heavily, down to half HP. Gonna get some Incantation of Protection on him, just to keep him around for those healings. They do have a Total War Warhammer franchise sale going on right now on Steam. Excellent. Thank you, Sam. Much appreciated for that. Very relevant heads up for everyone. Yeah, go ahead and check out Total Warhammer DLCs on Steam if there's anything you're missing. Sale is a great time to pick up a bunch of content. And, I mean, there's just so much content for this game. I have an embarrassing number of hours in this game. And not just from running this YouTube channel. I mean, granted. Yeah, it's a lot. But if I were to, like, pull up my Steam here and game sound on, see. But, yeah, between Total War Warhammer 1 2 and 3. Does anyone want to guess how many hours I have between all 3 games? If you get it right, then you win my undying admiration and respect. And nothing else, unfortunately. But... Mortis Engine would be insane right here. You are correct, 100%. Mortis Engines aren't brought super commonly these days, but they're a pretty big, expensive, and pushy target. But in a fight like this, oh man, the Mortis Engine would probably have 2,000 damage value already, to be honest. But 8,000, 10,000, 40,000. The 40,000 is a very thematic guess. But we'll let a few more guesses roll in. I'll let a few more guesses roll in. Whoops, went over to the side of the map there. Yes, in fact, Shetland Apache was the closest. I have about 10,000 hours between all 3 games. And granted, there have been times where I, like, accidentally left it on the main menu for multiple days in a row, so it's not 100% all game time. A lot of that is also time spent casting tournaments and streaming and reviewing replays and a lot of that. So, I mean, yeah, it's a lot. It's been, 10 years of my life and, many, many thousands of hours of enjoyment. So, can you believe that? Can you believe that this trilogy has been going on that long and is by far the biggest strategy game ever made? Like, it's not even close. Yeah. There's not really a lot of tactics to talk about in this. It's just a big undead on undead brawl. That's why I'm not really focusing too much on the battle itself. Because what do you want me to talk about? I mean, there is some micro, that makes no sense, but like micro-level micromanagement, like small-level micromanagement on these heroic engagements that actually can matter quite a bit in these kind of very blobby fights, where you might not think there's a lot happening, but actually, like, controlling where these single entities are and what they're fighting at any given time is super, super important. Is this my full-time job? No, it is not. I have a day job that pays me quite well, and yeah, unfortunately, that has been taking up more of my time this summer than it has in the past, and that I haven't been able to put out as much content as I would like for you guys. But yes, unfortunately, I do have a job that pays my bills. That's not this. I have to prioritize that when I need to, but that does mean that I've been able to keep this just as like a passion hobby project, right? It has never been, like, I've never felt the pressure to change or do my content in a certain way. Like, I've always just done it how I wanted to and how I enjoyed doing it. Because I don't feel the pressure to chase the algorithm or to chase views. If this was my full-time job, I probably would. No doubt. In fact, I definitely would. But as it is right now, I can just enjoy doing this. And it does pay me some. It's a little supplemental income. It's not like I'm doing it completely for free. But yeah, I mean, it's not my primary source of income by any means. But yeah, it's fun. It's been super, super fun. Yeah, I mean, you're pretty spot on, Shetland, honestly. StarCraft 2 is bigger at its height. By some measures, yes. I'm more meaning that this is the biggest strategy game by the amount of stuff that it has in the game, right? Like, the number of units. I think someone has to do the math here. Maybe one of you math nerds out there can check this for me. But is there over 1,000 units in this game? Right? Because if you think about, there's like 20-something factions. If there's like an average of 50 units per faction, including like lords and heroes and everything, is that 1,000 different units in this game? Like, riddle me another strategy game that has 1,000 different units. Yeah, Tomb Kings win. The Tomb Kings, I don't know. To be honest, the balance of power is still basically dead, even. If I take a look at the overall battlefield situation, the Vampire Counts, have a lot more stuff, have a lot more units and HP on the field, but the elites of the Tomb Kings are incredibly potent, right? These two Necro Sphinxes, and the fact that the Sphinx of Usek in particular is still so healthy is awesome. But Kotep going down could be a pretty big deciding factor, because if the constructs lose their leadership and they start just taking free crumbling damage, that's going to be really bad. And it does look like Kotep, just another couple swings here from the Strigoi, he will be down. Ooh, Kotep managing to stay alive, at least up until now. Strigoi and the... Yep, there he goes down. With his loss, you can see the balance power slides very decisively into Vampire Count's favor. And it looks like they managed to win a blob fight. I mean, we said earlier Vampire Count's best strategy was blobbing. We then saw a game where they very much didn't do that and still won. But this game, absolutely. Blob fight to the max, and ends up being a victory for Vampire Counts, unsurprisingly. Yeah, Vargulfs they're one of the bright spots of this roster for sure. Crypt Ghouls, or Crypt Horrors rather, if they're in the right engagement, also can do quite well, as we see there. Graveguards contributing nicely. The fact that Tomb Kings can't really compete on infantry with Graveguards is a little bit painful for them. Kepler Guard, though, it managed to hold their own. Tomb Guard Halberds also contribute some respectable value as well. I think, honestly, I mean, I like the pick of Kotep, but him being so vulnerable might have costed Snail Cream this battle. Hard to say, really, but the Sphinxes also just massive value on them from all the healing. Can we ban Vampire Counts from the tournament? I wish. That would be my global ban, not because I'm afraid of them, just because I don't like them. Yeah. Yeah, it's more of a... Paradox games tend to be more of a spreadsheet simulator. Yeah, a little bit different than Total War. But anyway, yeah, that's going to be a victory for Caradoc. We'll go ahead and update the scoreboard to reflect that. Let's replay. Okay. This here. All right. Yes. Vampire Counts for a third game in a row after saying that they're the worst faction in the game. Of course, we see them 3 times in a row. And this time it's Snail Cream. He is once again taking the Cairn race with Crypt Horrors this time. Quite a potent combination. Got 5 zombies, 4 bats, and a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord on Dragon. Wow. Big, expensive character, but has some very strong potential. Against them, we've got Volkmar the Grim for the Empire. Super cool pick. Very thematic, and unfortunately just not as good as he used to be. I don't know that I would necessarily take him here, but some Knights of the Blazing Sun, some Grenade Outriders as well. We've got a Gold Wizard. Loving some gold there. We've got Empire Knights and War Wagons, so definitely looking to kite with the Empire, which is... I've played this matchup most memorably, like, the one I remember most vividly is I had to play against Flaxland Soothsayer, who, for those of you guys who don't know, was an insanely strong player. And I had to play this specific matchup. For some reason, I was playing as the Vampire Counts, and he was playing as the Empire, and I got kited to death. And it was... I gave a respectable performance. You know, I did some damage to him, but I just absolutely got kited to death, so... Yeah, at least it's not Vampire Counts versus Vampire Counts. Very, very true. Yeah. Yeah, that is the most true thing anyone said today. Yeah, I'm not sure how they'll handle Nagashyn multiplayer. I'm very genuinely curious to see that. Strat Game with the 75. Thank you, old friend. Absolute pleasure. Thank you for the cast off, and thank you for Strat Game, for patron of mine. Yeah, just generally awesome, dude. And yeah, big thanks. 75 is that's substantial. Very, very, very big thanks for your generosity. Oh yeah, looking like Empire Knights screening for the War Wagons. We've got the Engineer here as well. The Bats run in initially to try and get some stoppages, but the key thing here is that if anything does get caught, you have the combination of Poison and Frostbite. Give them like minus 50% speed almost, right? So, like this one Empire Knight that was very brave and charged forward here is going to get caught and going to get completely destroyed. Likewise, these are the units that kind of hung around and fought. You see how there's just a couple of Cairn Wraiths right at the front of the unit, getting some attack animations in, and it's enough to potentially slow down the entire unit, but maybe they get away here. Ooh, little Dance Macabre for some extra speed and melee attack. Will it be enough to allow them to catch up? Again, just gotta check to see if they're actually doing attack animations. Or they're gonna collapse these War Wagons here. The War Wagons are even a little bit slower. So yeah, with that speed debuff there, if we pull up, they can see their infantry speed, basically, right? With the combination of the two units. So super smart army composition here from Snail Cream to be able to have these overlapping slows to try and stop up this kite a little bit. And he's taking some damage in the process, but he's also doing a fair amount of damage to this build. Yeah, one Empire Knight completely down already. We've got War Wagons, like 50% HP gone. They haven't lost any unit models, though, which is pretty critical. The Vampire Lord here taking some damage, has plenty of capacity to heal itself. Yeah, he's got Invocation of Nahak plus Hunger. So as long as he's not taking a massive amount of burst damage, it's actually kind of a way to burn some ammo. A little bit risky to be burning ammo on such a high value target, but you could potentially waste some of the Empire's ammunition here. Every shot counts in a situation like this, but let's see. More Empire Knights getting caught up. We've got another breath attack here, or no? It's looking like got a zombie summon. Yeah, zombie summon to attempt to bog things down here. Does catch up a few more of the unit models of those Knights of the Blazing Sun and the Crypt Horrors and the Cairn Wraiths doing what they can. Wolfmar with a little counter charge here, trying to break up their advance somewhat, spring loose some of his important ranged units. One Cairn Wraith is going to go down from crumbling here. We've got some more Grenade Outriders as well, blasting away. Cairn Wraiths. Explosive damage being mitigated by that physical resistance, but still, it's just high damage overall, which is quite nice to have here. And once more, Blood Dragon swoops down onto the ground. Going to try and get an engagement against Volkmar, but he is taking damage from the War Wagons while this is occurring. Got more Crypto Bros running on through, trying to do some scams. He's taking the money from the Empire Knights very rudely. Yeah, Empire Knights here also being scammed by Crypto Bros. A little final transmutation, and the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is quite low. He dipped down below a quarter HP there for just a second. He is kind of teetering around with that self-healing. Probably wants to go jump in melee against these Knights of the Blazing Sun over here to try and replenish some of his HP. But right now, just getting absolutely pelted by War Wagons. Really uncomfortable situation for him. Yeah, the Empire Knights, all they need to do at this point is just hold long enough for the War Wagons to get work done against high-value targets. And likewise, yeah, for Snail Cream here, might as well just get that Blood Dragon out of there. Go hang back a ways, try and find something you can go heal on, like, yeah, like this, Empire Knights that are just fighting the tide on the victory objective over there. Yes, let's see. Let's see. Can the Cairn Wraiths carry here? The Crypto Bros are now crumbling, having been shot up too much. Wolfmar also rolling in, does magic damage on his chariot, also has the Grand Soulfire, which he can drop to absolutely devastate this unit of Cairn Wraiths here. Will it be necessary? Hard to say. Crypto Bros go down, but the Empire Knights also rout. This unit of War Wagons also gets caught by the Cairn Wraiths. Once again, that Frostbite, meaning that they cannot actually escape from the Cairn Wraiths. Now, pursuing into the woods, this is potentially even worse for the Empire, because their shots will be getting blocked by trees. Ooh, potentially very rough there, but the balance of power is in their favor. The Empire counts, barely teetering on in terms of the balance of power, mostly because of Volkmar's presence and the fact that the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord has taken so much damage. Battlefield situation, I feel, is a little bit of a difference than the balance of power may suggest. But let's see. Hand Race continuing to chase. Little banishment there on them as they pull through the woods again from Volkmar. One of the reasons why you take him is because that magic damage, right? Against the ghosts, he is a very, very nice response. And this unit of Karen Race continuing to be pursued by him is going to get caught up momentarily. And it's looking like Grenade Outriders and these War Wagons will survive. Karen Race starting to crumble out, and with them going down, not sure if Snail Cream can do it here. Let's see. Getting those Crypto Bros over towards the objective. The Blood Dragon also, with how healthy he is, I'm kind of surprised the balance power is as it is. But I guess, yeah, Volkmar, there's still a lot of ammunition on these Grenade Outriders as well. Let's see here. I actually forgot to update the scoreboard? No, that's right. Okay, this preview's behind for some reason. Yeah, the Engineer also, and the Gold Wizard, all the characters for the Empire, just still quite healthy, and thus, the game thinks that it's very heavily in their favor, which, to be fair, it is quite a bit in their favor, but victory tickets also ticking up in favor of the Empire, but I think that the Vampires should be able to seize the objective relatively soon. Dragon Lord is coming to try and get that Engineer. Nope, looks like he's going to cancel out of that. Meanwhile, he's taking more shots from the Engineer. A lot of balance powers tied to range units right now. Yes, range units and casters tend to weigh heavily on the balance power. Range units, it does factor into account how much ammunition they have. With the casters, I don't think the game is able to calculate based on the amount of Wind's magic left. But like sometimes you'll get a late game situation where a caster is like way stronger on the balance of power than what their actual battlefield impact will be. But yeah, it's interesting for sure. Balance of power calculations have been a little wonky. We've even seen quite a few games today where the balance of power started significantly in one player's favor, which is interesting. But let's fast forward a little bit through this as the Vampires make their final stand. Vampires wisely just going to use the rest of their ammunition, but nope, Vampires will throw in the towel there, and Snail Cream honorably admits defeat, which will put him down 2-0 on the series. But let's see if he can get back in this and yeah, perhaps even up the series against Caradoc. We'll go ahead and download this game 3. Let's get to it. Vampire Coast versus Tomb Kings. More undead on undead. I love it. Just kidding, I don't. But I love it. All right. All right. Empire's a soup faction. They will get decent infantry and dogs. Yes, the additions for Boris in the new DLC for the Empire will be nice. The infantry is decent, especially the Tutagen Guard. Having like a top-tier infantry unit, like a true, 1,000-point plus elite infantry is nice. That will help them in some matchups. The Knights of the White Wolf and the Knights Panther also will help them in different matchups. Having an AP cavalry that's cheaper and better, let's be honest, than Demigryph Knights are right now, probably. And, the Knights of the Knights Panther, rather, will be like anti-large Empire Knights, if I understand correctly. So, that is not a question for me, like I said. I am just a caster here. You'd have to take that up with the organizers. But, yeah, let's see here. For front line, we've got some deckhands. Got some pole arms. Looks like some bombs mixed in there with some handguns. Animated Hulks. We've got some Marauding Prometheans. And a couple of Carronades against the Tomb Kings, who themselves did bring some artillery. We've got some Screaming Skull Catapults. Sharpty Great Bows. Chosen the Gods of Sharpty Great Bows. Some Skeleton Spears in the back. Skeleton Warriors also. Interesting build. Interesting build. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Tomb Kings are going for here exactly. Maybe like a very wide skirmish potential. Let's see, is there Shem's Burning Gaze here? Okay, that makes sense. Lita also have her Venom Staff, which I've been seeing a lot of use of recently. How expensive it is, I just don't know that the value you get from it is worthwhile, but let's see. Let's see here. Carronades getting hit a little bit by the Screaming Skulls. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of an artillery duel here. Yeah, it's looking like bomber mobs might get hit by as well. I thought maybe the Screaming Skull was going to go after the Carronades. Looks like it did a little bit there, but not a ton. Ooh, he's actually going to drop the artillery with the Screaming Skulls. This is in order to protect the artillery pieces themselves so that they don't get destroyed by cannons. Let's see here. Yeah, Skeleton Spears. Just kind of chilling for now. It's going to force the Vampire Coast a little bit forward. Let's see here. This Carronade did get completely destroyed by Shem's Burning Gaze. Okay, so this is part of the range trade right now, is to get magic missiles to destroy the cannon models. Yeah, you see like this one is blown up here. So with artillery, because the traditional artillery, the models themselves can be destroyed. In that case, you know, the crew, like even if there's crew members left, they just have to run and fight in melee because they don't have any capacity to shoot anymore. So yeah, let's see there. Screaming Skulls chewing on the handguns, doing some nice damage, kind of forcing Vampire Coast into an unfavorable situation. But let's see here. Yeah, single Carronade left only from this entire unit. This one's still got all three, but let's see. Lita's just kind of hanging around this backline right now, just threatening, making sure that the animated Hulks can't come engage in the front line. More Shem's Burning Gaze. That's going to cut through the bombers there. And yeah, the Tomb Kings looking like they're doing a nice job skirmishing this one out. Missile engagements definitely going in their favor so far, just from the value of destroying the cannons, to be honest. But yeah, Screaming Skulls also getting some damage. I mean, it's not like these bomber units and the handgun units are insanely expensive, but they are something that you know, can potentially deal a lot of damage. So from a target priority perspective, good to get rid of them. Let's see, Lita's moving around here, but the Coast player very smartly just like blocking her movements, so that if she is going to try and line up a Venom Staff on the Carronades here, it'll essentially get blocked by the bodies of the animated Hulks. Interesting there. But yeah, see, just like that. Just like that. We got nice block there, and since there's only a limited number of charges on that, that's it basically for the Venom Staff, right? The Lich Priest does have some more Shem's Burning Gaze, no doubt, from his Winds of Magic, but let's see. 2 Carronades here. Oh, did they actually pick up a second one? I thought there was only one left. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, there's 3 more models here. Let's see here. Yeah, if you're spoiling games, I'm going to time you out, because let's not do that. So, oh, something went wrong. That's nice. Yeah, definitely no spoilers. So we'll just keep you in timeout for a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, the Lich Priest here He has gotten so much value, and I actually don't think, like, blowing up the cannons themselves gives that much value. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone can let me know down in the chat. I actually don't think killing artillery models at all gives any value. But even still, he's managed to get 800 value, I guess, just from, like, shooting, like, bombers and stuff. But, man, Shepard and Gaze, since they did the change that buffed magic missiles, they have become so much more viable. But I don't necessarily think that they're super cheesy, necessarily, right? Like, it's essentially like having a single-entity artillery unit, but you do have to use your winds of magic on it. Yeah, I mean, if you were able to take multiple casters with the same magic missile, I think it could turn into a bit of an issue. But, I mean, the precedent has been set for a very long time that you can't take multiple casters with the same spell, right? So that's why we see Khalida here. I mean, I guess there's no generic Lord character who would have access to Lore of Light. Although, is that... I actually haven't even looked. Is that one of the things that's coming for the Tomb Kings? Are they actually getting a generic, like, high Lich Priest for a Lord level character? That would be really nice, honestly. But, oh my gosh, we've got 460 plus people watching right now. Thank you all so much for being here. Holy cow. This has got to be one of the biggest streams I've ever done. So, big thanks to you for being here watching. Big thanks to all the players. Big thanks to the tournament organizers. And, yeah, once again, all of you for being here watching. Whether you're watching live, whether you're watching after the fact, this has been the event of the year for Total War Warhammer so far. I mean, I don't know if anything from Lords of the End Times can top this. Sheerly from a community participation perspective, like, how many players was there? I think somebody posted a graphic somewhere. I'll have to grab this. Yeah, after this game, I'll see if I can... They posted an announcement in the Warhammer World Championship Discord. It has, like, a bunch of fun statistics of, like, the number of battles and the number of players and everything else. We'll grab that after the fact. We can kind of talk about it a little bit here. But the series will continue. Yes. This game will also continue. This is quite the Old West style shootout out in the desert here right now. Ghost eventually is forced to push forward, start to engage in melee more or less. You know, bombers making their presence felt with some grenades well placed into skeleton warriors. Most of them are on, but even having just a handful left, still, you can see it is pretty impactful. And yeah, Khalida here also with the Lamprey's Revenge. Super, super tough unit. Literally, the entire rest of the army could die for the Vampire Coast, and the Lamprey's Revenge, as long as they are not too overmatched, can carry the game like nothing else. Giant rotting crabbacks. Yeah, looking like these Ushabti are slowly getting ground down as well. Melee Ushabti do not have a cost-effective engagement against the animated Hulks, even though it seems like they're winning. It's still not... I mean, animated Hulks are like almost half the cost. Not quite, a little bit more than half the cost, but still. I guess that's basically cost-effective if that was a clean 1v1. It will be part of the Gash DLC, but will also be given to the Tomb Kings. Excellent. So yeah, once you have a Lord-level Lich Priest of Light, maybe you take a Lord-level Lich Priest of Light with Gemsburn and Gaze, and then take a hero-level Lich Priest with Spirit Leech. Then you have like 2 long-range spellcasting options that you can use to like pick at artillery or single entities. I could see some potential for that. Might be a little cheesy, but yeah, here the Vampire Coast, despite being pressed into kind of an unfavorable engagement, slightly ahead on the balance of power right now. Mostly because the Lamprey's Revenge are such a problem. They are one of the best units in the entire game, probably, honestly. Like, legitimately, I can think of so many games where the Lamprey's Revenge have carried the late stage of the game and brought Vampire Coast victory. Will it happen today, though? The Screaming Skulls are still out there. He came back and remounted their artillery. They've used up quite a bit of their ammunition. Yeah, they don't do the most damage in the world, but especially if they're looking at like a army loss situation where Lamprey's Revenge are the only thing left on the field and you're just trying to finish off their leadership and get them off the field. Yeah, Screaming Skull could do it. Do we have any previews of Lore of Undeath? Not that I know of. Very new to Total Warhammer. Watching your breakdowns very enlightening. Oh, I appreciate it. I like to think that even though it's multiplayer, campaign-only players can definitely still learn a lot from watching multiplayer, and hopefully they can get some entertainment as well. I'm fully understanding that, like, the vast majority of players in this game will never even touch multiplayer, and that's okay. But for those that do, and even for those that don't even play but just watch, we appreciate all of you. What do Lampreys have apart from regen? It's mostly the regen, but it's also the fact that they have rank 9 stats, which gives them super high melee defense. And as a result, they're just incredibly hard to kill. And their offensive stats might not look like much, but keep in mind that these guys on the back often will fire while in melee as well, which contributes some extra damage, and especially if there's like point-blank, like short-range maneuvering happening around them, shotgunners on the back will fire. So that's ooh, Shem's Burning Gaze just blasts one of them in the face. That's one of the reasons why they're so strong. But here it's looking like they're running into army losses. Crumbling has hit them. Shem's Burning Gaze also, a lot of people don't realize, but it deals fire damage, which means it's good against anything that's weak against fire damage, right? And that standard regeneration trait does give the Lamprey's Revenge weakness to fire damage. Shem's Burning Gaze, yeah, does a little bit of extra against them, so able to blast the unit model there. Yeah, higher stats too. The higher melee defense plus the regeneration together. Timer, hey, thanks for the tip. Yeah, look at this. The game's gone on so long. They've been fighting over this victory objective, but it's looking like Vampire Coast is going to take it. Yeah, I don't think Tomb King's going to be able to take it quickly enough, so despite really taking a brutal beating in the battle through the conquest victory, Snail Cream is able to take one and survive in the series. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful game there. That's why, you know, Conquest, a lot of the time, I would say in like 90% of games, the Conquest objective is not that much of a factor. But in that 10% of games, especially when it's undead on undead, I thank the heavens that we get to cut the game a little bit short and not watch Crumbling for 10 more minutes. But yeah, I mean, the Coast, like I said, they kind of lost the battle, but ultimately just ended up winning on victory points through sheer staying power. Carronades, despite facing some challenges, were able to get some pretty respectable value. Yeah, the Lamprey's Revenge and the Rotting Prometheans holding out long enough to do what they needed to. Handguns also, despite facing some challenges, they're really cheap for what they can give you, so very cost-effective there. For Caradoc, ultimately did not end up winning out here, despite, like, playing very well and mostly winning the battle. Just wasn't quite able to win fast enough there. Lich Priest of Light, 245 kills, really showing the power of Shem's Burning Gaze there. And the Shopties also, one of them pays for themselves. Screaming Skulls, I actually thought would have got more value. Maybe you get some extra crumbling value there from the leadership damage, but yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the next replay. Let's see here. Yes, Cathay. Some more Cathay. This time, Bathsheba free. We do have 3 Iron Claws, though, and a drum. Ooh, that's going to be a lot to potentially deal with for Bretonnia. Snail Cream coming in with King Lewin and the quad Pegasus Knights. I feel like... Or is it Penta Pegasus Knights? One of them must be royal, then. Did we see this from Snail Cream before, or was it someone else that we saw this from? I definitely saw in the stream last weekend, we saw a battle. I think it was Snail Cream, actually, that had the 5 Pegasus Knights. And as a sworn Pegasus Knight stan, I enjoy flying cavalry, and I cannot lie, particularly Bretonnian flying cavalry. I think, yeah, super awesome build, very, very powerful, tricky to use for sure, very high risk, high reward. Those Pegasus Knights are absolutely glass cannons, but can be incredibly satisfying and fun to use. So let's see here. Yeah, Cathay's going for a pretty straightforward box here. They've got the Moonbird, Astromancer, and a Dragon-Blooded Shugengan of Yang, looking like the Fire Breath, Jade Shield, and we've got Harmonic Convergence there. We've got a couple of cannons, the 3 Iron Claws in the back with the drum, and Jade Warriors up front with a single long spear for cost. Yeah, lots of anti-large. Makes a lot of sense. No doubts, no questions from me. Old-fashioned pig-ass style. Yeah. Yeah. And this is what they can do here, especially with no cavalry or mass to stop them. They have full initiative and agency to do whatever they want here. They're going to charge with cannon, they're going to pull away. Maybe one unit model gets caught by the Iron Claws, but for the most part, they're able to mostly stay out of danger there. And this is basically going to be repeated over and over again, I would imagine, here, because, yeah, complete lack of cavalry whatsoever from Cathay. Not even Jade Lancers or Peasant Horsemen, who would be able to, at the very least, keep them pinned onto the ground. In that case, though, what you want to do for Bretonia's perspective is directly charge whatever the biggest threat is, right? Like, if there were Jade Lancers on the field, don't want your Pegasus Knights getting caught up on them, so maybe line up a charge from multiple angles and just you know, burst Jade Lancers down and then move on to the next target, right? Let's see, we don't even need to do that necessarily here, so we'll see how they deploy. Gotta be careful of the Iron Claws, though. Definitely gotta respect those Iron Claws, but you could snipe out the cannons here relatively easily. Yeah, even Lewin coming in and getting like a quick tear route on that one Grand Cannon gets them off the field. Unity Psychology is not available. Hey, Falcon, the man himself. 30 shekels, gotta support a boy. Going Bagatus Knights, whatever that last undead nonsense was. Thank you so much, Falcon. Much appreciated. Yes, we are indeed enjoying some excellent gameplay here. Pegasus Knights coming in, getting that Astromancer, who has 80 armor, or no, only 40 armor up on the Moonbird. Yeah, gonna get punished very heavily by the anti-large Cathayan Knights. You see the Dragon-Blooded Shugengan also flying away, very bravely fleeing. Yeah. Falcon, and just a true legend, honestly. Thank you so much. Yeah, Iron Claws here with the drum alongside them are going to be incredibly hard to kill, right? If we just take a look at their overall stats, I mean, 47 melee defense, 37 melee attack, 50 weapon strength with a plus 20 bonus versus large. They are truly elite halberd status. Yeah, that massive chain lightning, too. This tore through the Bretonian lines. Cathay's not going quietly, but their lord getting caught out and just completely killed. Both their characters, in fact, have 0 chance of survival against these Pegasus Knights. It's all just a matter of time. Best thing they could do is probably just come hard land right in the middle of those Iron Claws. But instead they chose to try and run, which was probably a mistake. But, yep, there's the hard land. That's what I would expect to see. Astromancer gets down on the ground. He's going to get the benefit of the drum. He's going to get protection from the Iron Claws. Will it be enough, though? That is the question. Yeah, the Pegasus Knights so far taking basically no damage from the Iron Claws. Don't seem to be doing many attack animations yet. Oh, and here comes the response. Oh, another chain lightning, absolutely devastating from the Damsel of Heavens. You gotta respect any time a Bretonian player is willing to go with something other than life. And Heavens is one of those options that if you need some damage, it is, I would say, probably about equal with fire, or fire, in terms of just having excellent damage spells all the way across the board. Chain lightning, you don't always see used to great effect. It's one of those vortexes you can't overcast. You just get what you get from it, but there, that was some really, really nice value. And, yeah, the Astromancer also suffering quite badly, but the Damsel of Heavens, 135 kills, almost 1,700 value there. Very, very impressive just from a couple of casts. And the Dragon-Blooded Shugengan continuing to run. So I would say, I mean, yeah, Cathay, I don't think had a very high chance of winning this battle. I think Paradox would have needed to have played perfectly, and I also think that Snail Cream would have needed to make some pretty bad mistakes. Just from a build, like a build perspective, I think Snail Cream put himself in a very good position to win here. Yeah, super, super smart build, honestly. And like I said, very risky. Not a lot of players would be willing to invest this heavily in Pegasus Knights because of, like, they can just die if you misuse them. So it is quite risky. But here they're going to eat a little charge from Iron Claws. Iron Claws get that Jade Shield, but just as one unit pulls away, another unit can punch in and rear charge. Yep, great targeting priority, absolutely. Keeping, you know, one unit basically on these characters at all times and not relenting the pressure, even for 1 second. Let's see here. Pegasus Knights now moving in on a surround. This is probably the last stand of the Astromancer, I would imagine. Yeah, Peasant Bowmen have been broken up pretty effectively, but they are just Peasant Bowmen at the end of the day. Peasant mobs haven't been targeted at all, really, so they're all still completely healthy. Oh, yeah, really excellent play from Snail Cream here. I can see why he was able to prevail over many great players on his path to this point in the tournament. Refreshing beverage here. Hopefully you all have a nice refreshing beverage as well. Let me know your drink of choice, whether it's a little tea, a little coffee, maybe a little brewski beer, huh? At least 2 of you out there have to be drinking beer right now and enjoying this with a nice cold one. But yeah, I think that's basically it for Cathay. We can probably fast forward through this endgame cleanup phase as the drum is a presence, the drum plus the 1 unit of halberds that it's next to, but eventually, when they're the only thing left, there's not a lot that can be done by them. And yeah, little Sword of Corone, little Curse of the Midnight Wind, debuffing their stats, and they get killed by peasants. How about that? Hey, there's at least one person out there drinking beer. Nice, Leo. Appreciate it. Yeah, almost 500 people watching the stream right now. There's got to be at least 2 beer drinkers. Stream really helps with enjoying the beers. Excellent. That's what I love to hear. Dragonblood Ishugan, I'm surprised how long she was able to hang around despite, you know, facing endless numbers of Pegasus Knights. But that's a victory for Bretonnia. A very well-earned one as well from Snail Cream. Yeah, excellent. Really excellent. All the Pegasus Knights, pretty much, other than one, pays for itself. I guess the Royals not quite, but they were well on their way to doing so. Archers gets a nice contribution of support value. Yeah, Lewin himself honestly doesn't have to do too much, but Damsel even gets more gold value damage than Lewin does, which is super impressive. Like I said, I always respect Estonian players not bringing Lore of Life. Like, it's fine to bring Lore of Life too, don't get me wrong, but it's always extra special when you get to see, like, Heavens, especially. Beasts, I feel like you see some, but Heavens, just for some reason, is such an unusual pick, and like, back in the day, before Bretonnia was even released, that was the only thing they had access to. And, yeah, Lore of Heavens is quite good right now when used correctly, and blowing up halberds is absolutely a valid use of Lore of Heavens. So, excellent there. We'll even up the series 2-2 on the scoreboard, and let's go to Game 5. This epic series. Let's see here. All right, Game 5 now. Got Demons versus Slaanesh. Someone wanted Slaanesh. It's the first time appearing in this quarterfinals. In fact, this is the final game of the quarterfinals, so it will be the only time that they appear. But yeah, let's see what they can do. Demons coming in hot with a Nurgle front line. He's got Plague Bearers, 3 Exalted Plague Bearers. He's got 2 Siege Soul Grinders, along with the Origin of Renown Screamers. And then he's got a Hero of Khorne, the Blood Reaper, and a Herald of Nurgle. As for Slaanesh, we're looking at a Sorcerer Lord of Slaanesh on the steed. He's also got an Exalted Hero on the steed. Let's see here. We got some Forsaken, Got some fiends out on the flanks here, some devotees, and yeah, some Marauder horsemen as well. It's water, Dom. Gotta stay hydrated. Codex being responsible here. Yeah, it is here. This is the potential reverse sweep. Paradox on his back foot after losing the last 2 games. If he can hold out and win this one, will carry the series and will go on to the semifinals. But a resurgent Snail Cream is threatening right now. He's, you know, very much going against his slow-paced name and is rushing towards a series victory, perhaps. Right now, eating some, doing some damage on the enemy horseman, I should say, with his Zeech Soul Grinders. Paradox eating some early damage, but it is just Marauder Horsemen and Mesh. They're going to bait out some grenades there. The Death's Heads from the Plague Bearers will do some damage, but better on the relatively cheap Marauder Horsemen than on something else much more expensive, like, say, these Devotees or the Fiends. Yeah. Yeah, Snail Cream had to fight his way through a lot of really good players, like Codex himself, like Anticity. There's a lot of skilled players that he had to overcome, including Caradoc too now. Potentially. We'll see. But yeah, no embarrassment in losing to this guy, absolutely. Yeah, honestly, I would be happy if I could micro Pegasus Knights like that, honestly. Like, maybe at my prime, or maybe if I'm super locked in, I still have the ability to do that once in a while. You know, like, I haven't done it in a while, but occasionally I used to do these, like, King of the Hill or other multiplayer streams where I would play myself a little bit, and sometimes I'd surprise myself how well I can do, because I kind of think of myself as like a, you know, I can get games off the top few percent players. Sometimes I can't beat them consistently. I'm probably just below, well, at my prime. Again, I'm a little rusty right now, but at my prime, I'm probably just below the top tier of players, if I'm honest with myself. Like I said, I can get games off of them, and certain ones I had better matchups than others, but yeah, enjoyable. The players on this level of the tournament, though, are the ones who can pretty consistently beat me. Yeah. Let's see how these demons do. Right now, just playing very defensively. Again, maybe even playing for a victory ticket win here, perhaps. But this build has a lot of staying power. Like I said, so many Plague Bearers. They have so much HP. They do have some healing available for the Nurgle guy as well. The Nurgle Herald has a 3-time use heal, this Locus of Fecundity. Does not have any magic heals, though. He took Lore of Death instead. I also didn't realize the, yeah, he has Tormentor Sword on the yeah, the Herald of Nurgle. When did this get added to him? I do not remember this being on him back in the day. Anyway, really nice item. Snail, I keep calling him Nurgle. He's actually demons. I mean, he's got a couple of Zeech Soul Grinders. It's just mostly his army is, it's led by a Nurgle. He's got a Nurgle Lord, he's got a bunch of Plague Bears. Technically, it is demons. Turin Gatekeeper level. Yes, I would say, yeah, Turin and I are pretty close. Honestly, he's probably more practiced than I am right now, but yeah. Yeah, like a good comp for me back at my peak was probably Flying Taco. Like, I feel like Taco and I had a very, very good matchup with each other. We had so many awesome games against each other over the years. And Taco has probably maintained his skills a little bit better than I have. I think he plays a little bit more often than I do these days, but yeah, Taco, I think, could beat better opponents than I could more consistently, but at least in the head-to-head matchup we had, it was really fun. Really super fun, honestly. The meatiest unit in the game. They really are. They have so much HP. Honestly, a ridiculous amount of HP. So will they be able to hold out here? That is the question. We also get a nice little clean duel between the Blood Reaper and the Exalted Hero of Slanesh. Very cool. Chaotic battle here. Very colorful. Rainbow of Chaos is absolutely spectacular. I love it. Seen quite a few small box formations already. It's true. It's not something you want to do all the time. Like, you've seen Snail Cream here use a couple of different strategies. This one, I would say, is just night and day different than his previous game, right? Where he was all over the field playing super mobile with those Pegasus Knights. Now, very much showing that he's got some range. He can play in different styles effectively. And now playing in a much more defensive build here, kind of a defensive box build, just parking on the objective and refusing to move. Yeah, it's a very different style, but also playing it very effectively, honestly. So I always love when a player is not locked into one particular style, right? And I think that's really the sign of a great player, is when you can play rush, you can play kite, you can play box, you know, whatever the situation calls for, you know how to execute different strategies well. And Snail Cream's able to do just that and win out on the series. Yeah, Caradoc just unable to get through this thick mass of rotting bodies here. Snail is from the Korean community, people have said. Hey, that's awesome. Love to see some representation there. Yeah. Give Dahl some Pistoliers and they'll make sure you money. Yeah. Oh, love me some Pistoliers, but well played indeed. Snail Cream gonna go on to the semifinals on a 3-2. And that is going to be the quarterfinals all wrapped up. So we will very shortly move on to the semifinals. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break and just walk around, stretch my legs for a second. I would recommend you all do the same. Refill your beer, your tea, your coffee, whatever you're drinking. We're going to put on some hot Medieval 2 Total War soundtrack, and I will be right back. Thank you all so much for sticking with me. Semifinals coming up very shortly. Don't go anywhere. right, I am returned, I am refreshed, I am ready to rumble for this semi-final. We're gonna go through both series, and yeah, Flour versus Snail Cream and Alfredino versus Crabling. We've got good representation here. AVM, ODM, Snail Cream, I don't know exactly his clan, but regardless, going to be a great time. So, just 1 second here. Shortly. Yeah, sit tight. Gonna get a few more things set up on the stream and we'll be right back. Sorry about that. I don't know why the music just restarted. Hopefully I didn't give any of you too big of a jump scare. But anyway, we're going to be getting the picks and bans here going in just 1 second. Graphic for that, and then we will be bowling. Okay, just 1 second, guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm not really sure what exactly the intention was with this pick and ban thing, just because I'm not as technically savvy, I guess, as I should be, with the thing. So maybe what we can do is just announce the pick and bans here in chat, like in text maybe, and then we can go from there, just because I don't want to stall the stream out for too much longer. So and it's nice to have the pick and ban information, but to delay the stream too much longer just for that, I don't think is the right call. So I'm going to go ahead and just proceed, and maybe you can just put the picks and bans in the chat. Sorry, I know you created this nice little system for me, and I just don't really understand how it's supposed to work. Yeah, I'm not super proficient with OBS and, like, doing all this stuff, so... yeah, we'll just, we'll just do this. Hang on just one second, guys. Sorry. Yeah, this is probably something that should have been set up, like, before the stream. But that's okay. Here we go. I have a graphic for you that shows the picks, I think, of one side at least, so we can start to get an idea of what we're looking at here. Yeah, it looks like we're showing Alfredino's picks on this graphic. Do not have Crabling picked yet, but I guess I'll show that to you once I have it. But in the meantime, let me go ahead and get the rest of this stuff set up here. Okay, let's go ahead and just get started on the games, and we can figure out the pick and ban stuff later, because I am anxious to continue the action. Leave people just sitting around not doing anything too long. We've already lost like 200 viewers, so... yeah, let's just get straight to the action. So we've got Crabling here versus Alfredino. We've got Warriors of Chaos versus, versus Greenskins, and we'll do that. We'll do that. All right. Yes. Gonna be Warriors of Chaos versus goblins, orcs and goblins. Yes. We've got here. Looks like Big Bird leading the way. Good old classic Sarthrell, the Everwatcher. Definitely one of my favorite boards in the entire game. We've got some Marauder Horsemen and some Rotting Riders here. Aeson the Fallen, Mutilith Vortex Beast, some Hellstriders of Slaanesh, and some more Marauder Horsemen and whatnot. So pretty good stuff. We've got some Goblins here, and some, Goblin front line backed up by some Savage Orc Boar Boys. We've got the Goblin Great Shaman, of course, best lord in multiplayer for the Greenskins, in my opinion. We've got Airboys, Rugloods Armored, and some more Boar Cavalry out to the right. Very typical of Greenskins these days from what I've seen. Just absolutely heavy on boars. With some, Giant Squig too, the Acid Burpa, Colossal Squig with the Goblin leading the way. Yeah, okay. Looks like the Savage Orc Boar Boys pushing away these Hellstriders very heavily. We've got Hellstriders for the Warriors of Chaos, Marauders, the Rotting Riders, Sarth, that Aeson the Fallen, Mutilith Vortex Beast, potentially incredibly dangerous to the Greenskins infantry and everything else, so gotta have to be careful of that. But the barrier being picked away by some Wolf Rider Archers, Mangy Marauders. Aeson, I guess I've never even thought about how much armor the Mutilith Vortex Beast has, but it does have 70 armor, which is not bad. But the armor piercing of these Mangy Marauders here, they're going to be able to get through that armor no problem. So doing some pretty good true HP damage there early on in the battle. Not a lot of capacity, in fact, no capacity to heal the Mutalith Vortex Beast for the Warriors of Chaos. But the Rotting Rider is going to come forward, countercharge these Savage Orc War Boys straight in the center. Oh, okay, that's good. The names did not update. Whoops. Okay, well, as we watch these boars fight here, we'll get a nice wide view of the battle, and let me update those real quick. Themes, so that's fine. Yep, we'll just do it live. Alfredin. Yep, it's Alfredin now. There's no O. There we go. Very professional, guys. Very, very professional. Yes. There we go. Okay, all set. Let's see. Okay, final transmutation kicks off here right in the center. That's going to hit the Acid Burpa. The Savage Orc Boar Boys as well, getting terrified away. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like, the Green Tide was able to come in and disrupt pretty effectively. Quite a few of the high-value units for the Warriors of Chaos have taken a lot of damage, but the Acid Burpa also got absolutely rocked there. Rock of Inevitability, quite literally, and leading to its demise. But we're going to see Gork will fix it. Trying to keep the speed of Aeson the Fallen down, see if the Spider can pursue. Does proc a terror out there, so all the support units are off the field. It's just mostly just the single entities for the Warriors of Chaos hanging on. They do have a pocket of resistance holding up here for the time being, but that Gork will fix it. The Goblin Great Shaman keeps getting interrupted as he's chasing. Has not been able to get, like, well into melee. Yeah, was not able to follow up on the speed debuff to get like a solid melee engagement there, but regardless, even just screening out the Mutalith completely from the rest of the battlefield will have a pretty big benefit. That being said, right now, for the Green Tide, there's not a lot to stop Sartharael from just imposing his will, other than the Goblin Great Shaman, who is busy right now chasing Aeson. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, honestly hurts both players in different ways, but Rotting Riders still being alive, where all of Boar Cavalry have pretty much been silenced for the Greenskins, that's going to be a big problem as we move into the later stage of the game. Green Tide probably needs to pull back and try and reconsolidate their forces, because right now they've just got a bunch of infantry kind of scattered and tattered and not... and not... Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, all of these, like, archers and stuff can kind of just get run down by Sarth plus these skirmish cavalry. So, little charge there, somewhat limp into Rugblood's armored lads. But I didn't realize they actually pull out dual hand weapons while in melee. That's kind of cool. They don't have an anti-infantry bonus. Oh no, it's not dual hand weapons. It's just a single hand weapon. They also don't use their shields. Shields are just on their backs. Interesting. I don't know if I've ever actually looked at Rugloods fighting in melee up close. But yeah, they don't even use their shields, which I find curious. I'm gonna bust their crossbows out again. Let's see here. Yeah, Aeson's going to come back with a vengeance, come back with his Marauder Horseman, pops this little aura thing, no doubt, and is just going to do massive AoE damage to everyone, and it comes down to just the Lonely Gobbo. But again, that Rock of Inevitability debuff there makes Sartharael, who's already a good lord, even that much better, right? Melee defense debuffs in particular tend to be quite good, as our melee attack buffs, and there you go. That will be a victory for Crabling, pretty decisively winning there. Classic Sarth game, love to see it. Aeson the Fallen, also very thematic for this particular build here. Rotting Riders also contributing nicely. Hellstriders doing a good job. Yeah, I thought maybe he was at risk of just getting hard run over there by Alfredinho, but I think, yeah, the boars kind of got a little bit out of whack. Didn't necessarily get the damage done that they needed to. Acid Burpa, same thing. Also ended up taking a lot of damage very, very quickly, so... Yes, that'll be a victory for... Okay, I need that also. And we will put a point on the board for Crabling. Excellent. Okay, I see. So it's like the pick 3, ban 1 situation. You see the global bans. Okay, the graphic is making sense to me. Sorry, I just like couldn't wrap my brain around it for whatever reason before. But I go ahead and do this. It's cutting off. Yeah, we can see the picks and bans as I get ready to load up this game number 2. So it's a pick 3 and ban 1 system, right? You see the global bans there on the left, Vampire Coast and Demons of Chaos, and then High Elves and Ogre Kingdoms. Very interesting. So this time, Crabling is going to pick 3 of these, and then, yeah, he bans 1. He bans Slanesh. Then Alfredinho is going to pick Kislev. He bans Tomb Kings. Or I don't know exactly how the order of operations works. Maybe maybe Morris can let us know in chat. But at least there you've got the knowledge of, like, yeah, last game was these 3 picks, banned Vampire Counts, or Vampire Coast, and then picking the Green Tide. So we can go ahead then and proceed to the next replay. That knowledge in hand, a little bit more information about the picks and bans. They'll kind of alternate each player picking 3 factions, banning 1, and the other player. Well, I think they alternate bans first, and then they pick 3. And, you know, the other player picks, and then the one person picks one of the 3, right? Anyway. That's all just to try and get as fair of a faction matchup as possible. Trying to avoid, because there's quite a few really tilted faction matchups in the game right now, but let's get it rolling here. We've got Cathay versus Kislev, classic human battle. Yeah, 2 very interesting and fun factions. We've got Lady Lubu here, Tao Yan the Merciless, Dragon-Blooded Shugengan Lord. Got some Ironclaw Tiger Warriors, and lots of Peasant Long Spears as well. There's an Alchemist on the balloon, absolutely dreaded, and a couple of Grand Cannons as well. Some Croman, putting the Empress Croman, absolutely obligatory pick for Kislev. Coming in hot with Horse Archers. He's got some Kosovo Dervishes out on the flanks as well. Double Little Groms. Wow, very intense. And Tao Yan the Merciless, along with some Griffin Legion. So it's all mobility plus a couple artillery for Kislev. No infantry. Risky, potentially. Very, very risky, especially as you're taking damage on units. They don't have as much HP as infantry, so the more damage you take, the worse it's going to be. I mean, that's true of any build, but still, like this, you know, mobile builds like this are especially vulnerable to getting, kind of getting picked apart and getting just out-damaged. So let's see how it will play out. Tao Yan is going to move in just to try and start to have some fun here. Actually, he's doing some pretty good damage to those Griffin Legion. And meanwhile, the rest of Kislev's army just kind of forming up, trying to decide what's going to be the best way to approach this. But yeah, the cannon call here is pretty good. That being said, I mean, the Little Groms are taking damage, but it is kind of a trade here. Granted, the cost trade is in Cathay's favor because these Grand Cannons are significantly cheaper than the Little Groms. But, of course, Grand Cannons, they have 4 unit models, whereas Little Grom's only got 1, and 1 Grand Cannon is fully down. Little Grom still got 1 unit model alive, just barely. I think we're going to get By Our Blood coming through there very shortly. But, yeah, maybe Kislev can actually win the artillery duel. And unlike with traditional artillery where they're losing unit models, like their unit models will still fight at full strength, even if they're at like only 5 or 10% HP, right? They still have their single cannon that's do the same damage regardless. So yeah, double Little Grom is wild, I agree, but maybe it'll actually work here. Who's to say? I mean, he did focus down 1 cannon very well, but it looks like the other cannon's probably going to get ignored as he switches to other targets here. Perhaps? No? Let's see. Who's this cannon targeting? No. Okay, so it is going after the enemy Grand Cannon. But this Little Grom's just going to kind of dodge around, kind of maybe hide in the trees a little bit here. We do get some cavalry engagements playing out as well. Imagine we'll go decisively in Kislev's favor. Cathay Cavalry just can't hold up to the quality of the Griffin Legion, but looking like they're doing okay, all things considered. Ooh, that Griffin Legion, though, that was a painful charge into those Jade Lancers. The Crowmen will come to help. They are going to be able to dispatch those Peasant Horsemen, no problem. Griffin Legion will be a little bit of a tougher engagement for them, but Crowmen always surprise me with how potent they are in their melee stats. Yeah, Tao Yan gets absolutely wrecked in that melee engagement. Did she end up paying for herself? Let's see. No, definitely not. So that was an unfortunate kind of forward send there. And does result in a value loss overall for Cathay. So shootout so far, I think from a value perspective, is going in Kislev's favor. They have taken a lot of HP damage on those little Groms, but yeah, this Grand Cannon now down to only 2 unit models remaining, so the DPS against those little Groms, no, only 1 unit model remaining. Another one gets exploded there. So Kislev now with the initiative of artillery has that nice advantage. Crowmen are gone on that side. I think, yeah, the Empress Crowmen are also pretty much gone. Yep. So Kislev now has a situation where they can potentially kite it out a little bit. Some danger, though, like this Alchemist probably has enough ammunition to finish off Tsarina just by following her around. So that's a little bit rough. Likewise, the little Groms, I mean, they can still make plenty of impact on this battle, especially against cavalry, but not going to be insanely effective against infantry. They can get some work done for sure, but let's see. Let's see what they can do. A little final transmutation upgraded. The Alchemist just doing their best to finish off Tsarina. She also uses a Death Frost in response. 2 casters slinging spells at each other. The little Groms now focused on the Alchemist as well. Very high value target, definitely with all the bullets on that balloon and the final transmutation potential as well. Really got to get that thing down if at all possible. We see the summon of the Snow Leopard as Tsarina does have By Our Blood trigger. Taking so much HP damage that she is quite low now at this point. Will the Dragon-Blooded Shugengen try it? Looks like it might. It's looking like he wants to drop down right on Tsarina, but it is going to risk point-blank shots from Little Grom in doing so. You could also see maybe Little Grom. Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know if that's super advisable because all of a sudden you're giving... Oh, nope. Looks like Tsarina routes, actually. I was going to say you're giving Tsarina an opportunity to charge you on the ground with her anti-large bonus, get you locked down with Frostbite, and a few attack animations, that engagement turns against Shugengen, but instead the Clutch Alchemist with that long-range balloon rifle able to rout the Tsarina. Comes back from rout with less than 500 HP, so incredibly risky, but it's enough to get a Death Frost off on the Dragon-Blooded Shugengen before she routs once more. So that Alchemist balloon has been absolutely clutch so far. The double Little Grom, though, will it be able to hang on to this late game here? I mean, the armies have done a pretty good job of just absolutely butchering each other. So it's going to come down to really these single entities, but the balloon... The dreaded balloon. The Shugengen also is no pushover in melee. But we're going to see the dervishes. They're going to swing in and scream and allow Little Grom to get away. But it looks like the balloon's days are numbered. 2 more shots from Little Grom. And there's absolutely no way you could miss when you're this close, right? I mean, Little Grom is literally pointing straight up in the sky towards the balloon. It must not miss. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, Alchemist going down, routing. Now below 500 HP as well. Shugengen, like 1 or 2 Little Grom shots. Oh, I see another Death Frost popping off as well. Tsarina must have come back for 1 more final cast. She does blow herself up on the miscast. Almost destroys herself through magic. 19 HP left on Tsarina after that cast. Doesn't get closer than this guy. Shugengen, though, does go down from that overcast Death Frost. Will that be enough for Kislev to claim victory here? It's still going to be super close, I think, honestly. Like, these Peasant Long Spears are not going quietly. Tao Yan also came back. She's got about 300 HP, although just enough for a Little Grom to just pummel her to oblivion. Let's see. Let's see, 19 HP. Yeah, I can't believe Tsarina. She's just chilling back here with 19 HP. Someone breathes on her wrong and she's dead. But speaking of dead, Shugengan Lord goes down, and that's going to be a big leadership hit to Cathay. You can see immediately multiple units routing, Talion included. This Peasant Longspear barely hanging on for the time being. Risky overcast, but it paid off. Yeah, it was super risky for sure. For sure. Kislev's army passive is a pain to deal with. Yes, it is incredibly good. It makes their light cavalry, their low-tier light cavalry, the dervishes, are by far the best in the game because of that ability, because they can run in and kill an artillery. Even if you respond and kill them, they're probably still going to kill the whole artillery crew before they rout, just because of Fire Blood. But anyway, yeah, victory for Alfredino there, able to even up the series, and nice to see Kislev performing well. The double little Grom Gambit actually ends up working out quite well here. He's able to win the artillery fight and then just outlast Kislev in the rest of the phases of the game, or outlast Cathay rather. And yeah, the balloon, I gotta say, the balloon alchemist, really effective here. Probably the best individual piece. Iron Claw Warriors also quietly accruing 10,000 damage dealt and 1,500 value. I mean, they had a lot of large targets to fight, so it makes sense they do well here. But either huge bravery or vindictiveness, a combination of both is definitely possible. So let's go ahead and get the scoreboard updated. We'll put a point on the board for Alfredino. Alfredinho, as I like to say. A little Brazilian Portuguese pronunciation for you guys there. As if he was like a Brazilian soccer star. Yes, excellent. Excellent. We'll go ahead and go to the picks and bans now for the next game. There it is. So we've got... there it is. Okay. Yeah, this time it's Alfredino picking 3. He's going to pick... yeah, he'll pick Tomb Kings, Lizman, Norska, and he's going to ban Norska as well. Okay. Then Crabling bans Tomb Kings and picks Wood Elves, and the final pick for Alfredino is going to be Lizardman. So Lizardman versus Wood Elves, super fun matchup. Definitely in for a great time. Let's get to the replay. Oh yeah, I see some Durthu, I see some Mazdamundi. Gonna be a grand old time had by all. Got 4 Cold One Spear Riders, some Skirmishers, some Cohort with Javs, 4 regular Cold One Riders. Very effective build, I would say. 8 Cavalry against Wood Elves is, you know, on the lower end of what I'd say is appropriate, but it is appropriate. Anywhere from 8 to 12 Cavalry is appropriate for pretty much any faction against the Wood Elves. But to respond to that, we've got big old Daddy Durthu here. He's got Sisters of Thorn as well. Blade Riders already getting the party started with some nasty Flock of Doom, hitting 3 units there. We've also got some Dryads in the front line, Eternal Guards to back them up, and then a giant checkerboard. A giant checkerboard, a respectable sized checkerboard of some Blade Guards, including Hagbane tips. Any Starfires mixed in there? Nope, just Hagbane tips. And that's it. So, Durthu gonna take a very commanding position here in the trees. Yes, in this little forest. He feels very much at home. Look at that hidden attribute as well. Very thematic and appropriate for Durthu to just claim this small patch of trees as his own. And did he take the passive where he actually regenerates more magic in the wood? Yes, he did. Not only does he get power recharge, I forgot they actually added spell mastery to this, so if he just stands in there and casts Flock of Doom, his Flock of Doom will be that much more effective, which is just awesome. Is he Brazilian? Alfred is French. No, I'm Brazilian. I'm just pronouncing it like that because it's fun for me. Yeah, it's a sign of respect as well. Alfredinho's a great player, so you know, if I'm comparing you to Brazilian soccer stars, that's a good thing, definitely. Yes. Yeah, I think most of the ODM clan is French, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think necessarily all of them, but I think a lot of them are, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, yeah, focus fire here from the Starfire shafts on Mazdamundi right as he loads up. He does have very heavy missile resistance on his chair, especially with the banner, which I don't think he actually brought. That's potentially a pretty huge mistake here, not bringing that magic item for the extra missile resistance, because right now, Mazdamundi is getting absolutely pin-cushioned. He did throw a little banishment there, a little charge of the old ones moving in as well. It's going to be tough for the Wood Elves to hold out against this. Tales old as time, but let's see. Cavalry compromise in the back line. Old One Riders getting in there with their cudgels, their clubs, their obsidian swords, mock wheedles, whatever they're called. Very cool. Yeah, they're taking quite a bit of damage, but they are rampaging through that front line. So many Glade Guards to turn and shoot at the same time, though, and the follow-up from the Skink cohort's a little bit... I don't want to say slow. They did use all their javelins there, which is good, but not having the bodies in melee means that the Cold Ones end up taking a lot of damage. And even after just a relatively short engagement, I think, are most of the Cold Ones dead? I think there's only like 3 units here that are still combat effective, more or less. So that's a pretty big loss to have so early on, but at the same time, we've got a net here on the Sisters of Thorn. They're being taken out. Nice high-value target for these Cold One Spear Riders, despite that Curse of Onrare on them temporarily. Skink Skirmishers also can get into a position to do some really nice range damage with their blowpipes here. So yeah, just the fact that the Lisbon, even despite the damage they took, they're able to envelop this entire formation and tie everything down into melee. Super, super important. Yeah, Mazdamundi having a screen out the Manticore, summoned up by Durthu. He's popping his Cold One Riders into a nice position there. And yeah, Wood Elves starting to lose out, but ahead on the balance of power for, I guess, because of Durthu, honestly, because Durthu versus Mazdamundi. And I like looking at the Lisbon build here. I don't see what is going to kill Durthu, honestly. Like, the cavalry can't. They don't have enough HP, especially with Flock of Doom. With Durthu being able to just deal that AoE damage. Really effective against lower HP cavalry, lower model count cavalry. But this is heavily Wood Elf favored. Yeah, I don't think I agree with that either. I think this matchup is probably Lisbon favored because of the cavalry. Any faction which can just over cavalry against Wood Elves tends to do pretty well, especially if you have anti-large cavalry. That can just decisively destroy Wild Riders, which is definitely the case for Cold One Spear Riders. But yeah, quietly, Lisbon were actually like the second best cavalry faction in the game, probably behind only Bretonnia, honestly. Like, their Cold One Riders and Cold One Spear Riders are so cost effective and so matchup defining for so many different matchups, including the Empire, my own main faction. I can tell you from many battles of experience that cavalry fight is pretty cursed, at least for the time being. I am genuinely curious to see if the new cavalry from the Boris DLC will help that matchup at all. It's historically been one of the tougher matchups for the Empire, like, over a long period of time, just because of that cavalry interaction. Like, these Cold One Knights cost exactly the same as your Empire Knights, and they win. And the Cold One Spear Riders cost less than, like, Reichsguard and stuff, and they also just win. So Durthu is worth an entire army. I was gonna say he is. That's an astute observation. He is, especially this Lisbon army in particular that has not a ton of armor piercing. I mean, I guess with enough cavalry and with enough Skink Skirmishers, you could probably whittle him down over time, but it's going to be tough, especially because Mazdamundi doesn't really have any meaningful way of contributing to that fight other than just healing whatever Durthu's fighting. And because Durthu's weapon strength is so high, he just kills unit models, so it's not like the healing really does that much anyway. But it will pretty much come down to just Durthu, so let's fast forward a little bit through this third quarter as Lisbon clean up all of Durthu's support units, and it comes down to just the one-man army himself. And yeah, unfortunately, with him just taking all of the damage, like these Skink Skirmishers, oh, this unit's out of ammo. This unit doesn't have a ton of ammo left. This unit does have a good amount of ammo left. Okay, so yeah, just with the ammunition on the Skink Skirmishers, they could probably whittle him down low enough that the Cav can take care of him, but it's not a guarantee. So let's continue fast forwarding as Durthu makes his final stand. I'm going to summon up another Manticore just to get something else on the field here to apply some pressure. It does eventually get rampaged, and ultimately doesn't end up doing a ton. It's just as a Thorn also come back very briefly for some contribution, but eventually Durthu is going to realize, yeah, probably should have taken that victory objective a while ago, and better late than never, so he's going to try and go get over and get on it. Let's see, I don't think he has enough capture weight to actually do it, and he doesn't have enough stopping power to win the battle in time. So yeah, I mean, this is a foregone conclusion already. We'll fast forward through the end game out of respect for the players, but the Wood Elves are hosed here. They are completely screwed. Yeah, Durthu shouldn't have gone away from the point. He did decap it. That was correct. That was a very prophetic statement, Doris. And it's a victory for Alfredinho. He manages to get a little bit of momentum going on the series with 2 wins in a row. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Yes, Mazdamundi holding out there beautifully. And, I mean, Crabling played that about as well as he could have. I mean, I can't really criticize his play or his build too much, but it's just such a tough situation. Like I said, any faction that can decisively out-cavalry the Wood Elves has an advantage against them, and the Lizardmen are certainly one of those factions. So, tough from a faction pick perspective, but yeah, Durthu made it pretty respectable here. The rest of the build, I mean, it's just tough when you're up against such high mass, but a couple of the Dryads do okay fighting against Skinks. A few of the Blade Guards also do okay, despite the pressure placed on them. So, I mean, it was pretty close. Crabling was almost able to do it, but just falling like 5% short, which, yeah, it's my experience, definitely. Even if I have a good game against Lizardman Cavalry, they're too strong. Well, not too strong, but they are strong. Excellent. So, let's go then to the picks and bans once more. And we can see that this time we got the pick 3 from Crabling. He's going to pick 3 and ban Warriors of Chaos. And Alfredinho will go with the Empire, and he's going to ban Norska, leaving only Tzeentch or Bretonnia from Crabling's 2 factions. And he will choose Bretonnia. Yes, epic. Incredibly epic. This is like one of the best outcomes possible. Bretonnia versus the Empire in a Game 4 of the semifinals of the biggest tournament in years. Come on, guys. It doesn't get better than this, especially for a human faction enjoyer. This is what I want to see. We had Kislev versus Cathay. Now let's get some Empire versus Bretonnia. I'm chub right now, guys. I have to admit it. Whether or not you wanted to know, you know now. This is what gets me going right here. Got King, or not even King. Emperor. King and Emperor, honestly. Karl Franz against a lowly Duke, Albric, Bordelot. Got a front line of Demigryph Knights, yes. 3 Demi-Halberds with 2 Empire Knights out on the flanks, some Spearmen, a Jade Wizard, and we've got some Outriders for some armor-piercing missile pressure. Albric hard landed on the ground here to start. Very interesting. He may stay on the ground to get support from these questing knights, Knights Errant. He's got, yeah, a combination of all of them. Got a Grail Relic here to support the peasant leadership in the center. More Knights Errant, Knights of the Realm out on that flank hidden. Nothing mirroring the one side here, so a nice unbalanced formation. Love to see it. Yeah, peasant archers. That's it. It's interesting build for Bretonnia for sure. Just going with more numbers than the Empire. If we take a look at the number of like unit models on the field, Bretonnia outnumbering the Empire almost 2-to-1 in terms of unit models. So that's yeah, impressive stuff. Impressive stuff. Hey, what's up, Black? Great performance, by the way, to Black in the tournament as well. The few games I got to watch of yours, sir, I think that was the best I've ever seen you play. So congratulations on your performance on this tournament. Yeah, it was awesome for sure. We're going to see Grail Relic getting very brave, trying to capture the point by himself. Pulls Carl. Carl's then going to pull Albrecht in. And will we see a duel of the fates? Nope. They're gonna choose not to for the time being. And the Demigryph Knights perhaps will very inefficiently charge these peasants. Triple Demi Carl Warhammer 2 build. Yeah, this is a classic build from a bygone age. It's probably still very effective, honestly. We'll have to wait and see. But Peasant Archers right now. Boost up in every series. Hey, you know, whatever works. Whatever works. Real heroes play old Boris while they still can. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a Boris versus Lewin here for the Flying Tank Heel Lord battle, but instead we get the anti-large Beat Stick Lord battle, which is, you know, also very epic. Did that just... Oh, Shield of Thorns. I was like, there's no way he put a regrowth on some peasant mobs. There's just no way. And that was correct. That was a Shield of Thorns, in fact. So yeah, Bretonnia taking the positional advantage. They are going to take the victory objective for the time being. Balance of power also favoring Bretonnia pretty heavily right now. Not 100% sure why. Maybe because of some of the damage done to Outriders here and to the Demigryph Knights, but I'd rather be Bretonnia here in this matchup. I think so too. I don't know though. The Empire can do so much, and I do think that, like, I haven't seen it recently, so I can't tell if it still works as well as it used to, but like land ships and steam tanks used to give Bretonnia so much problems because of the lack of AP that they could just run with impunity. Now it's a lot more risky against something like Grail Knights, but we do get a duel in the air, Duel of the Fates. It's two anti-large beat stick lords going to size each other up and then start taking some swipes. And yeah, Lewin, or no, sorry, not Lewin, Carl probably doesn't want this engagement. Albrecht is probably a little bit more cost-effective in that clean 1v1. They both have some support abilities, but I think Carl probably pays a little bit more for his support abilities, so he wants more of the... Yeah, he wants more of an engagement where he has support. I mean, both of them do, obviously, but... I mean, Old Boris just means you didn't have to bring a life caster. Exactly. It means you have a flying tank lord. And honestly, I really like Boris's debuffs in certain matchups too. Like, if you're in a matchup where your opponent has good, like, attack defense, melee attack and defense, like against elves, for example, Boris's debuffs were really nice in that situation as well. So, yeah, his ability kit's going to change pretty significantly, and I do think that will make him less competitive in multiplayer, unfortunately. But, I don't know. Maybe they'll still let him keep his old self-healing in multiplayer, even if it's not available in campaign necessarily. Yeah, very good against Skaven, too. Yeah, that leadership-reducing aura. Really, really fun stuff. Really good. Let's see here. Can Crabling get back in the series? Needs to even it up, force a game 5. Can he do so, is the question. Both players have been very patient so far in this particular game, just kind of picking at each other at range, mostly. And it's, for the most part, been going in Bretonnia's favor. But, yeah, Carl getting some quick little hit-and-run charges, little cycle charges on the Damsel. He's also going to try and line up these Questing Knights for a rear charge. Yep. He's trying to, like, bog them down, let the Demigryph Knights get a nice clean charge into them. Instead, though, the Questing Knights are going to get a charge into the Demis. Demis eat that Shield of Thorns. All the damage they're doing, they're going to get some reflected back in the face. Super cost-inefficient engagement. But Carl charges over. He's going to pop his buffs. Reikland Runefang to juice their melee attack. Little rear charge as well into the Questing Knights. They are immune to Psychology, but will they just be straight routed away? Hard to say. Looks like they're going to hold their leadership for the time being, but the Altdorf Fights come in to respond. Yeah, one Demigryph Knight being completely eliminated already. Pretty painful for the Empire. Numbers of Bretonnia are definitely coming into play here big time, but the other Demigryph Knights are getting a little bit of a better engagement. Even then, though, against Knights of the Realm, super cost-inefficient engagement. They are basically trading evenly for a unit that costs you know, 2/3 of what they do. So this may be the battle that clearly demonstrates how bad Demigryph Knights are right now. Unfortunately, it pains me to say it because I am a big Empire fanboy. But yeah, Demigryph Knights right now are just... they're not very good. They're really not very good, honestly. I think the grenade launcher, Empire needed one grenade launcher to clear chaff, maybe, but grenade launchers are so vulnerable against peasant archers because of their short range. Peasant archers can just very cost-effectively kill them. But we do have one questing knight, or Knight of the Realm, getting dragged down by Outriders in the open field here. Carl, comboing with one Demigryph Knight, is able to pretty decisively crush this engagement as well, getting rid of the Knights Errant and the questing knights. Yeah, Empire Knights also providing some extra bodies in this engagement, but Bretonnia definitely getting the better of the overall battle at this point. Yeah, Altdorf Gryphites being broken as well. Super, super painful. The Life Wizard, you know, only having Earth Blood. Again, we talked about burst healing before. That lack of burst healing means that the Demis, yeah, they just get crushed in this engagement, and it's looking like pretty decisive victory for Bretonnia. After that big skirmish initial phase, once the actual battle starts playing out, yeah, Carl just getting absolutely creamed here by Albric and his supporting knights. That extra anti-large bonus going a long way with those questing knights in particular from that Braid of Bordelot. There it is. Too slow, too few unit models, not enough HP, not enough defensive stats. There's so many things wrong with the Demigryph Knights right now, honestly. But, yep, there's a very clear indication of how bad they are. Kind of got a clean 1v1 against Knights of the Realm there for a minute, and we're trading more or less evenly. So, yeah, pretty bad. Hopefully Demigryph Knights get a performance boost, so that they are more of a clear, like, tier 5/6 cavalry above what the new Knights of the White Wolf and the Knights Panther will be. You know, Demigryph Knights need more clear differentiation. They should be the most elite. They need to bump up in tier and in quality, I think. But credit to Crabling. He's able to put together a very effective build here. Just really plays to his strengths. Strengths of Bretonnia in this matchup, having really nice just quantity and quality at the same time. Those questing knights absolutely feasting on the Empire, while they don't have Knights of the White Wolf, who are their direct counterparts. But, yeah, should be very interesting. This matchup will change significantly, I think. The Knights Panther, Knights of the White Wolf might change how this matchup plays out pretty significantly. But we'll check back in later on. For now, we'll go to the scoreboard and go ahead and put another point on the board for Crabling. Whoop, not 21. That would be crazy. Could you imagine? There we go. 2-2, which means Game 5, which we absolutely love to see on this channel. Love to see some nice close series games. And let's go ahead and get the picks and bans. Excellent. We'll go now to this. Discuss once more. In this final game, Crabling is the one picking 3. He's going to pick 3 and no bans this time. Yeah, on both sides, no bans. So, yeah, it'll just be Warriors of Chaos versus Norska. Let's go to Game 5, getting the replay loaded up now. All right. Here we go. Game 5 of this spectacular series. We've got Wulfric versus Archaon. Wulfric for Crabling, Archaon for Alfredino. And it's going to be a bloody, brutal battle. Big Vanguard already on both sides. We've got Ice Wolves. I assume. Yep, there's an Ice Wolf there. There's some Maws of Savagery, Regiment around Skin Wolf. Got the Beast of Tashnar as well. A host of Marauder Horsemen and some more Ice Wolves. We've got Wulfric on the Mammoth and a Shaman Sorcerer of Metal. As for the Warriors of Chaos, Archaon leading the way. Again, a host of Marauder Horsemen, some Hellstriders and some Chaos Knights and some Poison Warhounds. Bunch of Marauders. Very similar builds. It's just, you know, you swap out Skin Wolves for Knights and the Ice Wolves for Hellstriders, and it's basically the same build, more or less. So I'm curious to see total chaos, who prevails. It's game 5. It's pick 2, ban 0. That's right. Yeah, because there's only 2 picks there. Well, let's see. Let's see. Metal Shaman Sorcerer. He's got Plague of Rust and Final Transmutation. Archaon is rocking Spirit Leech. He's got Flaming Sword of Ruin. He's got the Slayer of Kings for a massive 75% weapon strength buff. Just crazy. Absolutely crazy. It makes Archaon into such a beast. As he should be, to be honest. But I wonder if we'll ever get... doesn't Archaon get like a bigger and better mount at some point in the end times? Yeah, one of you lore heads in the chat will have to let me know. Does he get like a dragon mount or something? Or am I getting him mixed up with someone else? Regardless. Chaos Knights will pressure forward a little bit. These Knights of Khorne. Threatening like they want to attack, but do not actually attack. And the reason you take Knights of Khorne specifically is that they have flaming attacks, so they are much better against Skin Wolves. Yeah, Skin Wolves, 20% physical resistance, but 30% weakness to fire. If you could have both fire and magic damage, that's ideal. But, yes, 3-headed dragon. That's what it is. Okay, is it Galrush? Is that it? Or is Galrush a different... I know Galrush is like the first Chaos Dragon, right? Anyway, I'm not the biggest lore head. But I do think a flying dragon mount for Archaon would be awesome. Isn't that only in Age of Sigmar? I thought it was actually added during the end times, but I am 100% confident that I could be mistaken in that. Anyway, yeah, both players not really committing to a big all-out engagement right now. Still just kind of in this like skirmish, hit and run phase a little bit early on in the battle. Hellstriders making their moves, Knights making their moves. We got Worshippers of the Crow, you know, trying to bait the Knights into an engagement. Both players, you can see, just feinting in and out of these engagements constantly. Just trying to be the one that gets the better of the charge situation. But right now, I think Norska very slightly winning out. Piece of Tashnar as a loss is pretty painful, but he was able to get some damage out of it at least. Wulfric also making his presence felt in the center. Hellstrider's not sure what they're doing, charging straight past Wulfric. Such a squishy unit. This one's going to get hit pretty hard by Marauder Javs. And yeah, even as they try and pressure in the back line, these Hellstriders getting torn up. Dorskin Ice Wolves are actually a pretty good trade against it because of that high weapon strength. We'll see. Both players piling in more and more into this mobile engagement. Archaon himself, we've got a flaming sword from him for the Warriors of Chaos. We've got Skin Wolves collapsing from the other side. Marauder Horseman. Wulfric shows up on the Mammoth. Why nobody playing my Skaven? Probably because the Skaven are not that great in competitive right now. Like, they're good if you are good with them, but there's not that many players who are really pushing Skaven at a high level right now. Correct, that is AOS. Okay, okay. I see. Interesting, Jimmy. Okay. Well, he's certainly getting shapeshifted into the form of a paste right now by Wulfric and his Mammoth. Wulfric taking some damage as well, but yeah, Archaon, he's going to pop that Slayer of Kings and see if he can just nuke down this caster very quickly. Nope, the caster is very wisely going to try and run away. Nope, he's not going to run away, actually. Yes, he is. Okay, Archaon failing to do any attack animations. That's one of the issues with the big self-buff items, is that sometimes the character will just not do anything. Or, you know, the person that they're trying to fight, unit they're trying to fight, will just run away, and then you lose the value of that item completely. Yeah, the self-buff, like, items and abilities, why you don't see them super often. Slayer of Kings, because it's 75%, is such a high reward that it's worth the risk. But, yeah, Galrush, I guess, could be a legendary hero, right? I would expect him to be added at some point, honestly, but... yeah, Archaon just absolutely getting beat on there. I don't think he had Slayer of Kings active at the right time, though. I think he didn't pop it until after that engagement was already over. So, didn't really give himself the best chance to win there. And it is single entity fights, which are, as you have heard me say 1,000 times, they're the most like dice roll, coin flip type engagements, because one attack animation roll matters so much in those types of engagements. And yeah, often these single entities all have pretty peer stats, like they have pretty close in terms of attack and defense especially. But Spirit Leech there on Wulfric, as Archaon's forced into kind of a kite roll, which is not ideal for him by any means, but he's staying alive at least. And it's not like Norska has a lot left either. Besides Wulfric, there's like a couple of units of horsemen that are doing okay, but the Knights of Khorne should be able to come in and help level them out. Let's see. Knights of Khorne taking a very odd pursuit angle there. I don't know if that's just the AI pathing or if they had an order. It was a little bit skewampus, but regardless, they do eventually close the door and get the Ice Wolves terror routed at least alongside Archaon. But Wulfric's going to be a pretty big problem at this point. Let's see. Maybe they're going to try and go rally with the rest of these Knights of Khorne over here. Maybe just send these Knights of Khorne. Put a Flaming Sword of Ruin on them, I thought. Maybe? Where did that Flaming Sword of Ruin go? I thought it got... Maybe did he cancel it like halfway through the casting? That was very strange. Yeah, Archaon was basically broken, but he's not out of this yet. He is technically still alive. He's running over there. He might try and bait that Shaman Sorcerer far away from support and then come in and countercharge him and kill him. Probably is also running for another final transmutation as well, but yeah, let's see. The Khorne Knights came in. We're able to do some damage to the Marauder Horsemen, but Wulfric's just such a presence there that they are forced to retreat. And here is potentially an advantageous situation. Shaman Sorcerer gets caught by Khorne Knights. Yeah, Shaman Sorcerer getting taken down here is great. He does pop that Overcast Final Transmutation, which was meant for Archaon. Might as well use it before he dies. He's going to get some value from it on these Khorne Knights, but definitely not as much as he would have wanted, being able to put that on Archaon. So this right here might be something that saves the game for Alfredinho. This might be able to clutch him out the win right there, breaking that Shaman Sorcerer and getting that Final Transmutation off the field without it hitting Archaon again. Super, super impactful. Very important. Now it's going to come down to, can the Cavalry for the Warriors of Chaos beat the Marauder Horsemen? I think they can. Can Wulfric, or can Archaon, with whatever's remaining, beat Wulfric? And that's the thing that I think less likely to happen. Wulfric's got that Hunter of Champions, no doubt off of cooldown, saving it for the right moment. It's got that Sword of Torgald. Incoming healing modifier won't matter at all, but that extra weapon strength up on the Mammoth will be fantastic. Let's see here. I actually think Demis are kind of bad. I think Chaos Knights are much better than Demis in the current state of the game. Lore-wise, sure, whatever you want. But, yeah, in the current state of the game, I think Chaos Knights are probably better than Demis overall. Like, better at their intended role, at least. Let's see here. Everything all good? Okay, yep. All right, all right. Still hanging right around 500 concurrent viewers, up to 10,000 total views on the stream. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Again, I've said this multiple times throughout the stream, so apologize if you get sick of hearing it, but thanks to all the players, especially the organizers, the referees, the admins, everyone who participated in this tournament in any form, even just as a viewer. I appreciate all of you. Yes, especially all of you watching now and watching now, meaning after the fact, when this is no longer live. But all of you watching this at this exact second, regardless of the time and place, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to me. And we got one more series to go through, but it's looking like we're going towards the end here, and Krabbling in the driver's seat with Norska. Alfredinho on his back foot with the Warriors of Chaos, trying to make a final stand here with Archaon. Will it end up mattering? There is the conquest objective to factor in here as well. Hey, thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it. Yanni, I don't know, one of those two. Ani, maybe, if it's Spanish. Anyway. Let's see here. Corn Knights and Archaon charging over. Gonna see if they can get whatever isolated units they can. We'll fast forward a little bit as they try and make their final stand. But yeah, Hunter of Champions dropped. Spirit Leech in response on Wolfric. But the rear charge from the Mammoth. Archaon does not turn around in time. Manages to screen with the Knights, though. Staying alive. Just barely clinging on by the skin of his teeth. But there's clinging on, and then there's winning. It's finish. Oh, Yanni then, huh? Excellent. Yes, a victory for Crabling in a very hard-fought best-of-5 series between two of the best to ever play land battles, I would say. Honestly, two titans of this game sparring and scrapping for our enjoyment and entertainment, and for the prize, let's not forget, I don't think I've even mentioned it on the stream yet, but the total prize pool final number is over $1,000. It's just a hair over $1,000. So after PayPal's fees and stuff, I think there will be like almost exactly 1,000, pretty close to exactly $1,000 for prize money to distribute amongst the winners. Yeah, so obviously that's motivating them as well. But let's give a round of applause for these two. Very well played. You know, great games to Alfredinho. Definitely acquitted himself incredibly well throughout the entire tournament. Crabling moves on to represent VM Clan in the final. Yeah, couldn't have thought of a better person. Crabling, I have enjoyed watching for many, many years. Such a great player. So let's move on then. Let me grab the picks and bans for the next series. I think I'm ready to just continue on, honestly. So yeah, let's, without further ado, I don't think I need much of a great break. Maybe you guys, you know, as I'm getting this next one set up, we've got Flower versus Snail Cream here. Get that replay in. Let's get this here set, and we can start to look at their picks and bans. So, yeah, we've got Flower versus Snail Cream here, and looks like the global bans are going to be Cathay and Norska from Flower, and then from Snail Cream we've got Wood Elves and Kislev. Very interesting on global bans. Norska is the one that, for me, makes the most sense. They're probably the strongest faction in the game right now. They're definitely one that I would strongly consider banning for sure. I would probably do Norska and Vampire Counts just because I hate Vampire Counts, even though they're kind of the worst faction according to a lot of people. I just don't like them, so I probably ban them for that reason alone. But anyway, let's go ahead, and I've got the scoreboard set up. The picks and bans here. Yeah, we had 3 picks from Flower: Empire, Tomb Kings, and Warriors of Chaos. It looks like Snail Cream banned Empire, and likewise Flower banned Greenskins, so we end up with Tomb Kings versus Demons of Chaos. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, let's take a look at the builds here. Board of Liberos, man, Kalita, I didn't realize Kalita was considered like so competitive, but every single Tomb Kings game we've seen in this quarters and semifinals has featured Kalita. No, we saw one Kotep game and then he lost, that's right. So all the winning games we've seen from Tomb Kings have featured Kalita. And Shem's Burning Gaze as well from that Lich Priest lore of Light. You've got Chosen of the Gods. Got some Skeleton Spears and Warriors mixed. Nekara Horsemen out in the flanks. Necropolis Knights right in the center for a big heavy hitter. He's also got the Regiment Renounced Fulcral Stalkers and a Vanguard of the Skeleton Horse Archers. Yeah, I mean, there's no counter skirmishing to do in this matchup because there's no skirmish cavalry at all for the Demons of Chaos, but they did bring the double Zinch Soul Grinder for long range poke. He's got Iridescent Horror Hero. Super interesting. What's this guy's deal, huh? He's just got pink fire, that's it? I would have thought maybe blue fire for long range poke as well. But regardless, he's got exalted plague bears, including the festering stooges. A couple more plague bears. Herald of Nurgle there. Oh, up. There it is. I caught it this time. Don't worry, guys. I caught it this time. Don't worry. We've been in slow-mo the whole time, so you actually haven't missed anything. Yeah, we've got the Shrieking Sky Rays, so very compact formation for the Demons of Chaos. But Kalita here. Undefeated. No, wait. This game is hard. Yeah, Cola Slush. Cola Slush? Yeah, Cola Slush. Ooh, Cola Slush sounds good right now. I have to go for one after the game here. But anyway. Yeah, if you refresh the page, we got it back now. Yeah, Skeleton Horse Archer is going to move up and just start poking away at whatever targets. They are focus firing high-value target, despite their relative lack of armor-piercing damage. Yeah, only 3 AP per shot. It's actually not too bad for an archer unit by any means. It's respectable for sure. Yeah, honestly, the Skeleton Horse Archer might be like one of the most unsung hero units in the entire game. As far as skirmish cavalry goes, they are very good, actually. Like, for what... The speed is the main downside, but their range is excellent, their damage is excellent, they have a pretty good amount of ammunition, they're pretty cheap, you know, they're, you know, standard 500 cost, like, low-tier skirmish cavs, so... Yeah, Snail Cream kind of went for boxing again, to a degree. It's mostly just I have more HP than you build. But this time, because of the his opponent's build here, Flower having enough to be able to just, like, poke down these Soul Grinders without them being able to use their ammunition, seems like a pretty good get, although the bounce power is favoring demons ever so slightly. I'm not 100% sure why. But the Chosen of the Gods have taken some Tzeentch Soul Grinder damage. Ooh, the one Tzeentch Soul Grinder going down, though. A big problem. Those Shem's Burning Gaze plus the poke from the Skeleton Horse Archers. More than what the Soul Grinder can handle. And I almost think Snail Cream maybe made a mistake in bringing the wrong spell here, because this would make a lot more sense if he had Blue Fire here. And then you have the Iridescent Horror just using its ranged attack as well to kind of help poke in this circumstance, but it's a little bit odd, I think. Maybe there was a misclick on that spell selection, or maybe he meant to take pink. I have no idea, to be honest, but yeah, Shem's Burning Gaze plus the Venom Staff there. Wow, that's like a quarter HP damage there on the Soul Grinder. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. Yeah, Flower is the type of player that he's going to have a build that can deal with the box for sure. For sure. But let's see here. Yeah, the fact that the Tzeentch Soul Grinders have gone down without really doing... Well, let's see. Gold value-wise, yeah, it hasn't paid for itself, unfortunately. I don't know if he's used... Okay, maybe he used one Locus of Fecundity to try and heal them. But this is also a situation where, I don't know, has he been using Spirit Leech as well, like overcasting it to get the extra range damage? But Gems plus Venom Staff equals really good long-range poke here. Gun is a good weapon, yes, I agree. But I think this is probably over. We're going to fast forward a little bit through this mid-game as Snail Cream tries to make a stand, do whatever he can, just outlast. But with the Soul Grinders going down, Tomb Kings are going to move into melee. Now the question is, and this is definitely a situation where we will continue fast-forwarding, because all that's left to determine at this point is, can the Tomb Kings kill all these Plague Bearers fast enough to not lose on victory points? So let's see. We'll keep it fast-forwarding as Realm of Souls pops off. Skeletons are going to get in and start slugging it out with Plague Bearers, but you see how very little damage the Plague Bearers are taking. Likewise, when Kalita comes in to get involved, she's going to get smacked around by that Herald of Nurgle, and a little bit of Spirit Leech as well. Not a comfortable engagement for her at all. If Kalita goes down here, the leadership of the Tomb King's lower tier units is going to suffer pretty badly, and the Plague Bearers might just be able to hold out here. I mean, as well as Flower has played up to this point in, you know, skirmishing and doing what he needs to. Okay, here's where the pink comes in. Maybe the pick of pink was intentional, because in this kind of a blob fight here, having that extra pink damage will help significantly against the skeletons. But yeah, they have natural ability to hit hard as well. Yeah, I mean, the Herald has good weapon strength. He's got good stats all the way around. Melee attack's not great, but other than that, stats are good enough that he can fight in melee no problem. And with that Spear Leech added in there, that's going to force Kalita into crumbling, and she is done. Kalita is down, and the balance of power heavily in Snail Cream's favor. We were all doubting there for a second. But, I mean, I think Snail Cream knew what he was doing, honestly. I think he had an idea of how this was going to go. And he was probably right. He's just thinking, like, hey, you know, you can poke at me all you want. I've got, like, 60, 70, 80,000 HP, whatever it is, all these Plague Bearers added together. Like, good luck getting through all of that before time. And we'll see. I mean, the Necropolis Knights are moving in to make their presence felt. They're going to try and get whatever damage done they can. But the Festering Stooges in particular... yeah, they've got an extra melee defense. They've got that regeneration. They're going to be around for quite a long time. Plague Bearers are definitely taking damage, but are they doing enough damage to be able to hold this one out? Nurgle units are really good for Demons of Chaos. Yes, because they don't have much else that can tank. Don't have any armor, really, at all, other than, like, a couple of Khorne Cavalry units, which aren't that good to begin with. So, yeah, Plague Bearers is your one unit that can actually tank damage, and in a situation like this, Tomb Kings just didn't have enough to get through, and Flower, like I said, despite playing basically perfectly, maybe not 100% perfectly in that early phase of the battle, but playing it very well, just doesn't have enough to overcome Snail Cream's girth. So, yeah, 264 kills as well on the Iridescent Horror. I guess he fully intended to take that pink. And I was mistaken. He made the 100% right call by taking that spell instead of blue. Although maybe he could have done damage throughout the earlier phase of the battle with the blue as well. It probably would have ended up close to the same, honestly. But one catapult in this game would have been free for Flower. Yeah, he didn't have like the one or two tools like a catapult or a casket, something to really punish that infantry play. Yeah. Dropping a Lanx, thanks to the stream, of course. WARHAMMER C. It's not a box, it's a vault. That's pretty funny, honestly. I enjoyed that. Okay. We'll go to, then, the next game. Let's go ahead and swap this over. Yeah, so next up, we've got, oh boy, it's Vampire Counts versus Tomb Kings via Lizardmen, Tomb Kings, High Elves. Flower's then going to ban the High Elves from Snail Cream. Snail Cream bans the Empire and goes with Tomb Kings. And we see the Vampire Counts from Flower. So some Undead versus Undead once more, to my absolute bane and chagrin. But we will proceed with the casting, as is my solemn duty. Just kidding. I actually enjoy it, but I can't stop with the bit at this point, right? We've been keeping this bit going for like 6 years. Undead again, yes. It is indeed Undead again, and it's Kalita again. Honestly, this has been, it kind of makes sense from like, yeah, Neferata's coming soon, right? It would make sense that Kalita would really want to, like, assert her dominance at this particular point in time. Also very thematic for her to be fighting the Vampire Counts, but you already know, Kalita and a Lich Priest of Light. We've got Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Spears, Skeleton Horse Archers, we've got Eyes of the Desert, another Sepulchral Stalker, Sphinx of Usek, and a Necro Tect. As for the Vampire Counts, very different build this time. We've got a Strigoi up in the sky on the Goose. It's got a White King here. Just the one White King, and a Necromancer who's already stroking his Forbidden Rod. He did take the Balefire, interestingly enough. I guess for the extra flaming damage. Kind of makes sense. This is just an Unholy Lodestone here. Got some Crypto Bros, got some Skeleton Spears, and some Zombies. Single Vargeists. Very, very interesting build. A lot of stuff in this build. Lots of stuff. Hey, a tenor from Codex. Thanks for streaming, Dov. Here are funds for the cold one after this. You deserve it. I greatly appreciate it. I will certainly be taking the wife to, yeah, nice evening out with some drinks. And, yeah, we live relatively close to a amusement park in the state of Utah. It's the only amusement park, really, in the state of Utah called Lagoon. And, yeah, I'll probably go, like, ride some roller coasters and stuff. Just relax, have a good time after this. But, it's been an awesome, awesome stream for you all. Like, honestly, the fact that it's been over 4 hours kind of blows me away because it really doesn't feel like it. I feel like I've been streaming for, like, maybe an hour and a half tops. I don't know. Games fly by when you're having fun like this. Did I actually update the scoreboard? No, that's okay. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we just update it live a little bit here? We'll put a point on the board for Snail Cream for that very, very impressive victory. There we go. And once again, we have a little bit of a box formation here, a little bit of defensive position. But it kind of makes sense to a degree against the vampire counts. Granted, you are kind of giving them the initiative to blob up, which is, as we saw previously, Tomb Kings versus vampire counts. The blob engagement goes to the vampire counts in that situation. So let's see what the Tomb Kings can do to respond here. You know, they are at least keeping a few units kind of zoned away from this big blob fight, and they do have the Eyes of the Desert in a nice position to overwatch into this blob fight a little bit as well. Let's see, this other Sepulchral Stalker seems like they're moving back. Do something similar. Meanwhile, Khalidah's got to be a little bit careful. That Vargolf is lurking there, pretty nasty. Could turn and start to attack her, then open her up to a side rear charge from the Strigoi as well. Did Khalida get a buff? No, I think people just... I think her staff synergizes very well with the Shem's Burning Gaze, because you get pretty potent magic missiles. Ooh, a Barona's Time Warp. Very rare but powerful spell, giving a massive melee attack bump to all the Tomb Kings in this AoE, even like these lowly skeleton spears, up to 36 melee attack. With their plus 14 bonus versus large, gives them a 50 melee attack effectively against the appropriate targets. So yeah, Barona's Time Warp also lasts quite a long time. You can see that uptime for it has just stuck around, unlike many buffs or debuff spells that don't have a long enough time to be worth it. This one definitely can, although Khalida is continuing to take some damage in this engagement, damage that will be tricky for her to recover. I didn't even see this though. The Strigoi drops down on his goose and just gets absolutely pummeled by the Sphinx Goose. I'm not really the biggest fan of the Terror Goose. I think it's a pretty bad monster right now, actually. But let's see if he can get some work done, maybe with the breath attacks at point blank range. Who wins, square or circle? Well, you gotta circle the square, of course. Clearly. Then you win. But if you square the circle, maybe not as much of a impact there. But yeah, a little straight VTOL, like direct down breath attack, hits full contact on Khalida, and then the Strigoi moves in with the anti-large bonus to try and finish things the honorable way. We do see, though, Net of Amatok being popped on the Strigoi to pin him in, but a Spirit Leech in response from the Strigoi himself will finish off Khalida. So it's looking like Flower is in position to take this one on this undead versus undead travesty that we are forced to watch. Fun stuff. Really excellent. Strigoi with that Opal Amulet, giving him a little bit of resistance, trying to pull away, resist fire of those skeleton archers on horseback, of course, for the Tomb Kings, who are just about out of ammunition, but have probably made a significant impact. Yeah, almost 1,000 damage value there, almost 1,000 damage value there. This has been a stream for the lowly skeleton horse archers for sure. I don't think there's a single battle where they haven't performed. Yeah, I agree, Contrarian Codex. Variety is the spice of life, and we've seen, you know, Snail Cream can play in a number of different styles, but so far, I think just the matchups that he's been in, he probably judges that the best course of action is to play more defensively, and maybe also against Flower in particular as a player. I don't know if he has any particular player matchup knowledge here, but yeah, so far, looking pretty dicey. Sphinx of Usek still being alive does help quite a bit. It can cut through a lot here, but a lot that it also can't cut through, and especially like the Vargolf plus the Strigoi on a 2v1. You get the Corpse Cart mixed in here as well. A lot of people will forget about this. The White King even, too, is some heroic weapon strength, but the normal Corpse Carts don't really do anything in melee, but the Necromancer Corpse Carts do have 300 weapon strength. They can actually contribute to single entity engagements in a meaningful way. So yeah, the Sphinx is, well, on like a 4v1 here, 3v1 potentially. So really, really bad situation for him. We check on with the Light Priest though, and is he about to beat this Strigoi in melee? I mean, technically no, but yes. He might force the Strigoi into an unrecoverable crumbling spiral. Looks like the Strigoi is wisely going to pull away from that. A little bit of single entity dice roll weirdness happening there, but another straight down breath attack. Does some pretty solid damage to the Sphinx of Usek. Nothing crazy, but I think this one's all but a wrap for the Tomb Kings. We'll see that last Shim's Burning Gaze, Spirit Leech, and the Goose does go down there, actually. Gets killed by the Sphinx, but right about then, Army Losses kicks in, and it's a victory for Flower. So manages to even up the series 1-1. We will go at least 4 games. But let's see. Let's see if Flower can keep the momentum up after that excellent win there. And that also means that many of the undead factions have been used, so we will not be subjected to 2 more undead, hopefully. But let's see here. We'll get replay downloaded, and we'll get the picks and bans also downloaded. Excellent. Here, yes, picks and bans going into this pivotal game 3. Got Nurgle, Lizardman, and the Chaos Dwarfs as the 3 from Flower. Snail Cream's going to ban Chaos Dwarfs and go in on the Vampire Coast, and we'll see Nurgle in response with a High Elf ban from Flower. All right. Let's get to it then. Did I not actually successfully download the replay? Oh no, I did. Okay. Okay. And no screen blocker can have power over me, so switch that off. And yeah, Nurgle, Sorcerer, Lord. We've got a Cultist, which is always fun. Got Kazk as well, very potent legendary hero potentially. Got some Nurglings, we've got some Plague Bears, some Furies, so very demon heavy force. Very few mortals actually in this Nurgle army whatsoever, which is very interesting to see. I don't know if I actually have a lot of experience in this matchup. I don't know. I'm sure I've seen this matchup before, just not in some time. I feel like the Coast versus all the Monogods factions are like unusual for some reason. Maybe that's only in my mind, but Jade Wraith Grunners are immediately going to get hit by the Noxbringer there. We've also got some Rotting Prometheans, plenty of handguns and shotguns, and a front line of some regular zombie mobs. Admiral of Vampires with full arm on his crab for anti-large AP. Decent combat lord overall. 400 weapon strength with 25 bonus versus large. Definitely not bad. Only 35 melee attack though, so against non-large targets he's going to struggle. But not bad. That's your Coast build. I mean, it is potentially a very effective one. There's a lot of overlapping gunfire here. Like this Noxbringer. Oh, sorry, just one second. Voice is getting a little tired. But yeah, the destroys ammunition portion probably actually won't make that much of a difference because zombies almost always die before using all their ammo. I mean, killing unit models is nice for sure, and especially on something like the Shade Wraith Gunners, where they have very low HP, very low model count. Super easy to kill their unit models, honestly. Like the Furies went for a little attack run there. Going to take some damage for their impunity, but I respect it. You know, I think it's probably the right call to just keep the pressure on the Shade Wraith Gunners and not allow them the freedom to just fire into whatever they want here. But Nurgle kind of sliding their whole army over to the side, overloading very significantly on the Vampires left. You have a few key units over here in this little patch of woods as well. I love the hidden Nurgling Vanguard. Makes me very happy, to be honest. Yeah, no Lampreys, Leo. That's a good observation. It's always a risk whenever you see a Vampire Host player without the Lamprey's Revenge. You think it's an auto-include in every single build, but we do have some non-ROR Rotting Prometheans. Yeah, for me, I would say it's worth just straight up cutting one melee zombie to get the Regiment of Renown over the regular ones. That's just my opinion. Again, I'm not the person playing in this high-level tournament. I'm just casting. But ooh, we're going to see a little explosion there. That is quite an expensive spell to be using on this unit at this particular point in time, but I get it. He just wants to, you know, target priority, just wants to get rid of those Shade Wraith Gunners to get them and their leadership damage off the field. Yeah, those Furies drop from the sky because they don't have enough HP and leadership. The guns are able to just silence them. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm assuming he's worried about like the armor, not necessarily the armor piercing, but the infantry penetrating shots and that leadership debuff as well. Minus 16 could potentially trigger an early demonic instability, which would be pretty bad. But at the same time, I think, I don't know, is he over-indexing resources to try and take them out? Hard to say. Never thought you'd see Nurgle versus Coast in a tourney. I know, right? It's a pretty wild matchup, honestly. Not one I'd have a ton of experience in personally, but yeah. Furies rushing in with the Plague Bears. They're doing a decent job of bogging all these units down, but key with this Coast build is there's always more layer of guns. Like, it's almost impossible for Nurgle to occupy everything at the same time, so regardless of what you're fighting, there's a gun or shotgun turning and shooting you in the side or rear. Yeah, this is a very much kind of preview 40k in terms of the amount of shooting on the field for the Vampire Coast. Definitely. I'd imagine Nurgle, I don't know. I mean, obviously they'll have more shooting in 40k, but I think other than Tzeentch, all the Chaos factions are pretty melee heavy, right? Or even Tzeentch, to be honest, like in comparison to many 40k factions, are pretty melee heavy. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, I believe like the Chaos armies are more melee focused, certainly. Whereas you have like the Tau or the Admech, who are much more range focused. When you're taking a gunline build versus Nurgle, you want to go tall like a diamond formation, not wide like a plank. That makes sense. Then you always have those extra layers like I talked about. Another Blight Boil here being used just on hand cannons. Again, very expensive spell to be using on very cheap units. I almost wonder if he should wait and like try and get like multiple units at once with it, rather than just casting it on a single unit of missile infantry. But at the same time, you know, target priority, like I said, you just want to get those guys off the field. Those have more advanced firearms than the Imperium. Yeah, Nurgle's more balanced than Khorne or Slaanesh. Okay, makes sense. The Plague Marines, very, very cool. I'd imagine very slow, but very tanky. Oh no, Scarbrand! Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't see it come through, unfortunately. But yeah, if you don't get your money back, let me know. That's unfortunate. I appreciate the thought, Scarbrand, and I appreciate you also. Yeah, Grinder doing some nice shots through multiple units, getting pretty solid contact. Used its ammo to very good effect. 150 kills, almost 1,500 damage, or sorry, 15,000 damage dealt, almost 1,500 gold value. It's definitely put in some very, very serious work.
just broadcasting mortar damage across the battlefield. And it's got Nurgle in a pretty good position here to win. Hayes and the Sorcerer Lord have been able to get some units down, although the Rotting Prometheans still alive. Very critical at this point. Here comes the Grinder to help fight them. Hayes and the Sorcerer Lord and the Nurgle Grinder also get Fecundity, Army Ability Heal, which also is going to refresh their vigor just a little bit. Not a super meaningful amount in this late game. But the Cultist also still fighting. He's got Armor Sundering. A lot of people forget about that, but really nice kind of support character, honestly. Probably the best of the Cultists, in my opinion. That +8 melee attack Brass Cleaver is really nice for Nurgle, and then you've got this thing which stacks on top of Poison, which essentially does the same thing as Poison. So yeah. I think the Plague Bearers can solo. I don't know. The Rotting Prometheans, without the characters, I don't think they could kill the Rotting Prometheans. But with the characters, I mean, Kazk is anti-large AP, literally, so he definitely can get it done. Blight Boil in the final of the semifinal tournament should be grounds for getting kicked. I mean, I do think it would have been much more efficient to just be spamming the Plague Breath. What is it called? Stream of Corruption. That's it. Much more effective to just be spamming Stream of Corruptions, I think. But, hey, again, I'm not the one at this level of the tournament. We do see Rancid Visitations there and an upgraded Invocation of the Heck at exactly the same time, so the magical duel for the HP of the Vampire Admiral there is certainly taking place. I think the heal will win out, though, over that Rancid Visitations. And Nurgle starting to get quite low, but so are the Counts, or the Coast, rather. And the issue for Coast is, yeah, I mean, all three of the single entities are still alive. All four, I should say, of the single entities are still alive for Nurgle, so I just don't see how Coast has a chance to pull this one out. But we'll continue fast-forwarding. Yeah, the Coast leader starts to get beaten down. Yeah, with the with all three of these characters being basically completely untouched, plus the Grinder, yeah, Snail Cream did not have enough single entity stopping power in this build, certainly, to be able to finish that off. So he will take another defeat, and we'll put another point on the board for Flower, but seen Snail Cream come back, lead a reverse sweep, so down just a couple of games should be no problem for him, perhaps. Let's go ahead and get to the next replay here. Game 4. Potentially the last game, or the second to last game. Go ahead and do this here. We'll flip it over. And you can see the picks and bans. Snail Cream on the pick 3 goes Counts, Lizardmen, and Dark Elves. He is going to get the Lizards banned by Flower. He will in turn ban Demons. So we're going to see Dark Elves versus Tzeentch for this game 4. Yes. Doom approaches. Got some exalted some generic characters this time, including Exalted Big Bird and a Supreme Sorceress. Doesn't say the winds of the lore of magic yet. Get to that, no doubt, shortly. Let's see here. A bunch of Corsairs, melee and ranged variant. We've got some repeater crossbows as well, backed up by Dark Riders, Cold One Knights, and we've got a Supreme Sorceress of Beasts. So very wide, very balanced build for the most part. Got some range, got some melee, got some mobility. Everything you need, really. Against Tzeentch, though, we've got Kairos. Oh, I said it was an Exalted Quarter Change. It's not, actually. It's Kairos. He's got the 2 heads, I can tell. We've got the Marauder Horseman here up front. Looks like some Exalted Pinks, Ace on the Fallen, Chaos Knights. Just super spread formation here. You gotta have the confidence of a high-level player to be able to deploy like this and to operate like this. Lots of micro required. But it looks like it's a Lore of Beasts Supreme Sorceress. I see that Flock of Doom upgraded being cast already to help equalize the skirmish fight. Yeah, looking good. Both builds looking very, very good, honestly. Looking very fun. So we'll get the Exalted Pinks getting some shots. I think the Corsairs, they have no, they don't actually have any missile resistance. I think I was getting them confused with the Lion Infantry. Yeah, Kairos with a quick hit and run charge here into the repeater crossbows. Aeson's got to be careful not to take too much focus fire, but honestly, maneuvering him over to the flank, keep him out of like the main arc, is actually a combination with the triple vortex there to just absolutely destroy. I say absolutely destroy. Didn't do as much damage to those Cold One Knights as maybe I thought it would. But the Exalted Pinks getting some damage in. So far, have only taken barrier damage themselves, but that Flock of Doom seeks to change things, do some real HP damage there. They are now forced to run as well, and I think there's a little bit of an issue that the Corsairs are slightly faster, ever so slightly faster than the Exalted Pinks. So we're going to see some of these screening elements brought in there. Blue fire, yep, going to put that Sorceress on a timer. Needs to be focused on that pretty consistently throughout the battle. But the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, they're going to choose not to engage in the charge here. Exalted Pinks, though, also do not want any of this engagement against those Corsairs. But Aeson managed to rally to the scene. And now with Aeson online, has the confidence to engage now against these Cold One Knights, who were kind of the reason the Chaos Knights didn't want to jump into that engagement with Aeson. They're a lot more confident in that fight. And likewise here, you can see the Chaos Knights respecting the Cold One Knights, not wanting to take a straight 1v1 engagement against them. It's just not cost effective. Kairos will move in, maybe afford them an opportunity to rear charge the Cold One Knights. That's going to be a much better engagement for Tzeentch. Army ability also hits Supreme Sorceress there. Get rid of those range units to get the most out of Aeson. Yeah, unfortunately right now, he was not able to effectively deal with many of those range units. So you can see the Repeater Crossbows and the Blackheart Corsairs here doing massive amounts of damage to Aeson. Very expensive unit to be taking so much damage. But also the Dark Elves got decisively defeated here in this pocket with the with Kairos and the Knights able to just smash through multiple units of Corsairs and a unit of Knights there as well. He's got the Marauder Horsemen in a kite. Fortunately, it's just one Dark Rider, which is great for the Dark Elves, able to screen out like 2,000 points almost worth of skirmish cavalry. But point blank, blue fire, actually the missiles don't form up enough to do like significant damage to the Supreme Sorceress. And Aeson is indeed fallen. At least his leadership is fallen. Who knows? He may get to a chance where he can get to safety, but no healing available means that he is probably done, and the balance of power, even with that, is still significantly in Tzeentch's favor. I guess because of Kairos being so healthy. But yeah, Dark Elf army is definitely taking some damage. I mean, we've got like a bunch of half-health units of Corsairs here hanging around. But we'll see if they're able to stay into the late game. But a really nice Flock of Doom hits a bunch of these cavalry units. Hits the Exalted Pinks as well, who have been forced to kind of kite a little bit. But a few of them are now in a position to maybe start firing back into this engagement, start getting some value. The best target would probably be the Repeater Crossbows, because they don't have any armor. Their unit models are incredibly squishy. But they may choose to just instead focus on the closest threat, which would be those Corsairs. Cold One Knights also starting to threaten this backline area, but that blue fire misses again. Very unfortunate for Kairos. Has not been able to get that Supreme Sorceress off the field. You know, credit to Dark Elves for keeping her on the move, keeping her juking. Yeah, Snail Cream doing a nice job, but behind on the balance of power right now. Kairos is an incredibly tough lord to deal with. But yeah, he's going to get these Cold One Knights in here, try and finish off the Exalted Pinks. Another absolutely devastating Flock of Doom here from the Supreme Sorceress. She's got to be a little bit careful, though, that she doesn't get beat up by Kairos. Nice to stay close to some ranged support. But let's see, Repeater Crossbows. Not sure what they had the shooting order at, but they're going to get charged by Marauder Horsemen here. That's incredibly unfortunate. Not an engagement that the Dark Elves want to be taking right now. But these Marauder Horsemen here, they get hit by the Cold One Knights, who they will probably beat, but they're going to take some losses in the process. More Cold One Knights also rallying here, so the balance of power actually is stabilized pretty significantly for Dark Elves, as they've been able to rout off some of these Horsemen. The Exalted Pinks are pretty much done, and it's coming down to just Kairos, who can cycle charge, technically, here. But the Dark Elves do have the Conquest objective. I don't know if he can cycle charge the entire army fast enough. And the fact that there's some repeater crossbows still with some ammo left means that I think Dark Elves have sealed this one. Yeah, if Snail plays well, Dark Elves should not lose given the amount of ammo. They should win. I definitely agree. Unless something weird happens with leadership. But yeah, balance of power even in their favor at this point. Kairos leadership himself is dropping pretty significantly as he's subjected to the remaining ammunition of the Dark Elves. And, you know, we could even see some Amber Spears. In fact, as soon as I say that, we're going to see an Amber Spear. Boom, direct contact. Not the most damage in the world, but it's something. It's a way for this Supreme Sorceress to respond to Kairos. It looks like Snail Cream is going to take this one and force Game 5. How exciting! Both semi-final series going to a 5th game. I can't believe it, guys. That's crazy. Like, what are the odds of that actually happening? I mean, maybe higher than we think, because it is indeed extremely high-level gameplay, but wow, oh wow. My goodness. Both semi-final series going the distance. Who could have asked for better, honestly? This is why we do this, guys, because of these epic moments right here. These two players, like in the other semifinal series, they played so many games to get to this point. It's all coming down to one single battle to put them into the grand final and a shot at the largest share of the prize pool. So let's take a look here at the final pick and ban. So again, just given the way this works, it's only a pick 2 on the final. So Snail Cream gets Lizardman and Bretonia. No bans for him. He's facing off against the Warriors of Chaos for Flower, and he picks the Lizardman. So very thematic, cool, and appropriate matchup to finish out this series. Great way to usher in the Lords of the End Times DLC, you know, coming soon. Yeah, this is it, folks. This is what it's all about. Let's get this thing loaded up and get this semi-final finished. Fitting that it would be Archaon versus Mazdamundi, two most powerful characters for these respective factions. I mean, it doesn't get better than this, guys. It really doesn't. That's right, Warhammer World Championship 2026. Who will go to the grand finals? We already know Crabling is waiting there for the winner of this game. Can Snail Cream prevail, or will it be all VM final? Double silver chevron for the trolls. Yes, always nice to have some extra leadership on an Armored Chaos Troll. Taking that in this critical final game of the semifinals is absolutely mad. Absolutely mad. Snail's on his main, to be said. Okay, very cool. We've got Archaon here. We've got some Marauders, Horsemen of Tzeentch, and some Throwing Axes of Khorne. Some more Horsemen of Tzeentch. Okay, nice to see some God-marked Marauder Horsemen. Aeson the Fallen, some Marauders. Yeah, just regular Horse Axe. Yeah, Throwing Axe, Horse Axemen. Yes, you know what I'm saying. We've got, for the Lizardmen, Skink Skirmishers up front. Lord Mazdamundi, Skink cohorts to back them up. He's got the Croxies. He's got triple ancient Croxigors. Sacred Croxigors, rather, not ancients. He's got some Frail Cold ones to back him up. Some more Skink cohorts. Okay, so it's the Croxy time. What lines are for pansies? Yeah, apparently. Apparently. Archaon lurking. He's got the net on him, but the trees are protecting him from quite a bit of the potential damage being done here. Mazdamundi's a little bit forward, but got some nodding here, unfortunately, on those Skink Skirmishers. They are still doing some damage, though. I mean, Archaon, he's got armor and a good missile block chance, but this is, you know, a 400 cost unit doing damage to him right now. so that it's like from a cost efficiency perspective, yeah, awesome, you know, excellent from the Wizard's perspective. But it does afford him an opportunity to rip a nice burning head through some skink cohorts. Granted, that's only a 300 cost unit there in the front, so incredibly cheap, but still, you got to get him off the field somehow. Let's see here. Lizardman pushing forward a little bit. That Maelstrom of Change was unleashed by Aeson right through the center there. Just did a bunch of HP damage to a bunch of different units. And rampage those Feral Cold ones. So the Lizardman slowly advancing now. Trying to get those Sacred Proc scores into the right engagements. Question is, what are the right engagements for the Sacred Proc scores? Definitely going after the Armored Chaos Trolls is an option. But right now, Lizardman pushing forward, trying to take that initiative. Trying to take the fight to the Warriors of Chaos. Skink Cohort Jabs doing a nice job out on the flank there against the Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch. And let's see here. The Skink Skirmishers also on this flank working quite nicely. Aeson is threatening, but we've got the Sacred Proc scores moving in. They do have some support as well. Not necessarily fully committing to that engagement quite yet, but now... Yeah, he's also got the Cohort of Waddle coming over here to try and fight Aeson. Yeah, a lot of value in this formation, and Warriors of Chaos gonna have to be careful not to get too split up here. Likewise, the Lizardmen also need to stay tight, stay together. Both players don't want to get too out of position, but another Overcast net being used here. Quite a bit of Winds of Magic being burned on that, but gonna throw a Ruination of Cities on some of these Skirmish Cavalry and a Banishment as well, so just throwing out as much AoE damage as he can to try and get rid of the Skirmish Cavalry, and it looks like he was at least able to get rid of like one Marauder Horseman for the most part. Still plenty of Jabs and Skink Skirmishers as well to keep that skirmish phase honest, but he might need a lot of these ranged units to deal with Aeson. Once again, we see Sacred Proc scores fighting in the front line. Cohort of Quaddle, and like maybe they want to run in here and smash up these Armored Chaos Trolls, hard to say. But the Sacred Proc scores are taking damage over time through these various means, and the Lizardmen are not doing a ton of damage to the Warriors of Chaos in return. Let's take a look. Yeah, Aeson still is just doing... Yeah, still hasn't even taken real HP damage. He's still got his barrier up, which is super unfortunate for Lizardmen. Nice Searing Doom on those Sacred Proc scores, but they are taking quite a bit of damage here as well. Archaon's going to charge into that engagement. Cohort of Waddle, I think we're going to also escalate this engagement significantly. But yeah, this one Sacred Proc score being punished pretty heavily. Aeson, though, is finally starting to be focused by the Lizardman range units. You can see the Skink Overwatch there is doing some pretty solid damage. Aeson also gets netted here. We're going to see another Burning Head try and rip down this line, and its potential for contact is much, much higher this time. Oh, man, yeah, it's going to do quite a bit of damage, hitting multiple units of Skink cohorts. Over here, meanwhile, this Sacred Proc score is just helping to win out this little engagement here. See in the long run how that's able to do. Aeson, like 50% HP damage already from one net and focus fire from the Skink Skirmishers, so definitely some pluses there despite the relative loss of those Sacred Proc scores. The Marauder Horsemen also going to run in here, try and get mixed up in melee. How effective will it be for them? Hard to say, but Sacred Proc scores here move over to fight these Chaos Armored Trolls with support. And Aeson also, once again, did he just unleash his little thing here? That's just the attack animation. Hard to say. Searing Doom, though, from Archaon. Very, very effective spell. And the Chaos Trolls have been able to catch and defeat quite a bit of the Skink Skirmishers here. So removing the threat to Aeson is absolutely massive. But likewise, we're going to see another Overcast net and Ruination of Cities and Banishment combination from Osnamundi, just absolutely ruining these Marauder Horsemen here. Granted, this unit had used up most of its ammunition already. This other unit, though, still had more to give. We shall see. Skink Skirmishers, I think, are going to be a pretty key component of Lisman winning here, if they are able to win. Cohort of Waddle, though, they beat down this unit of Zinch, or Chaos Trolls. Zinch Trolls would be terrifying. Can you even imagine? But Aeson and Archaon, the combination of the two of them is proving to be incredibly scary. Mazdamundi himself going to move in here. He's throwing a little Curse of the Midnight Wind. And it's countered by Fight or Die, so basically a net neutral for the most part in terms of stats. But Mazdamundi tangling a little bit here. The Skink Skirmishers, unfortunately, the Marauder Horsemen were able to come in, shut them down in a pretty meaningful way, so they can't really fire in on Aeson as much as they would like. But Cohort of Waddle have arrived. Yeah, they're going to get in on this engagement here, help support Mazdamundi and beat down these remaining Chaos Armored Trolls, try and open up Aeson for some more ranged attacks. We still see a little Searing Doom there. Not the best contact, but it does get a few unit models in its area of effect. It's going to apply some damage, certainly. But Balance Power, not looking great for the Lisman at this point. Yeah, Mazdamundi taking a couple of big hits from Archaon. Probably does not want any part of this engagement anymore, to be honest, but some Poison Hound's going to move in. The Trolls also regenerating. They're going to move in here as well. Zinch Trolls can count to 4. I'm not sure about that. They might skip 4 and go straight to 5, to be honest, but anyway. Yeah, Lizardman kind of just getting ground down a little bit here in this engagement. The Marauder Horseman now is choosing to drop a rear charge. Support units for the Lizardman. Yeah, the Skinks are all routed all across the field. Not a lot left to do for them. Not looking great for the Lizardman at all here, and it's looking like, yep, there's army losses. Flower manages to take... Oh, I thought Flower was VM. I guess he must have gone to ODM clan. There we go. So it's not an all VM final. It is, in fact, ODM versus VM in the final. And congratulations to Flower. Manages to beat, in many ways, the hero of the tournament, Snail Cream, who, you know, as a relative unknown, not a player that I was familiar with before this tournament, has absolutely made his permanent mark on the history of this game. And, yeah, incredible performance all the way through the tournament by Snail Cream, falling just short in an epic best-of-5 to Flower. Yeah, Flower with an impressive victory there with the rainbow of Marauder Horsemen. Just about had every color of the rainbow. Slanesh being a little sad to be left out, but yeah, excellent performance from all the Marauder Horsemen. Aeson also 3,000 damage value there. Despite being a big vulnerable target, was able to get some mad value. And yeah, Armored Chaos Troll is a fun pick here as well. I like to see Archaon a powerhouse, 23,000 damage dealt, almost 2,000 gold value. What a finish! Snail Cream there, going out on his sword honorably with the Lizardmen here. Skink Skirmishers are all gonna like 2x their value, except for one, shooting at Aeson. And unfortunately, the Sacred Croc scores just really didn't pay out the value that they needed to. I really kind of let him down there at the end, but nonetheless, what a finale, what a stream, what a series, and what a tournament, I have to say. It's been, I've said this enough on this stream, but it's been truly, truly incredible, truly a special experience, so thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to all the viewers, thank you to all the players, the organizers, people who chipped into the prize pool, people who gave me a tip on this stream or elsewhere. Yeah, I appreciate you guys sincerely, and I love doing this for you, and I will continue to do it for you as long as I possibly can. So thank you all so much for letting me and for being here. And that's it for me for today. So yeah, it's been a fun few weeks of streaming every weekend for you guys. Hopefully we can keep this going in the future. But thank you all so much once again. Be sure to tune in tomorrow. Turin, you know, the champion of Total War, will be streaming the grand final, so be sure to tune in for that. I will be there in chat and watching along with all of you. So thank you all. We'll see you there. Bye-bye.